10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Hey, is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary!
Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, Official release 0214.
Ini gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoff.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April. Jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the MPL MY Season 11. My name is Getting Q, and this is going to be Terrence Icy Baby 1-2 here at the desk to keep you guys company for the rest of today's matches. And speaking of today's matches, we got Secret up against RED Esports. Two teams at the bottom of the standings looking to claw their way back out.
Yep, this is going to be a very, very interesting one for both of these teams because they have to fight for their lives, especially if they want to stand a slot into the top 8 to make it into the playoffs. We are currently in the midway point on the entire season, and things are getting a little bit more difficult now, especially for Team Secret, based on their history of not having their main roster up on today for Team Secret.
Absolutely, and even with RED Esports, I mean, you know, the earlier weeks you can definitely tell that they were nervous. I even talked to their team manager, and even he said, yeah, they're not playing like they usually do in scrims. It's a little uncomfortable, but after week #1, we've been seeing okay performances, even against teams like Todak. There is potential there. How far they'll actually go, a bit hard to say.
Yep, it's going to be a little bit of a difficult one for them. But before that, let's talk about today's schedule. In respect to the Ramadan season, the holy month of Ramadan, we are going to be changing the schedule for the second match, which is going to be starting at 8 p.m. And of course, today, right now, right here, you're watching right now, we're going live for Team Secret as well as RED Esports. So be sure, you know, after getting your dinner, after this match as well here, we will make sure that, you know, everything will be according to your viewing pleasure as well as our dinner time as well, because we gotta eat as well before we actually start.
That's fair, but don't forget that the match after that, Todak versus Team Lunatix, also going to happen. It's interesting because now that we're coming into week 3, we've hit the halfway point of the season, right? Every point is going to matter from here on out. Those who started slow are punished, and now it's their time to actually reclaim some points to get a better spot, or maybe at least make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, this is where things are gonna get a little bit difficult, right? If you're talking about scores and matches as well, Team Secret, you know, we've heard a lot of rumors, right? You know, players are having visa issues, having this and that. We had actually a mathematical problem where we calculated why are they playing so many more matches? And if you're talking about roster changes, they can only have their roster change next week, which is also a big problem for Team Secret if they do not start scoring some points, especially this coming week.
That's the thing. When you have your teams already registered by week 3, that's all you can play with, unfortunately. And if you do want to actually fill up those slots, especially if they have visa issues, as you mentioned before, week #4 is going to be so very important. But let's take a quick look at Team Secret and their current calendar, because again, they've got some really big matches later on. Like this Saturday, they're going to have to face off Team SMG. They got to face Todak and even the up-and-coming Red Giants, who've been looking really, really good for at least this half of the leg of the race.
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of much more opportunities to actually bounce back if they don't start racking their points, especially when it comes to today's match against RED Esports. Arguably, RED Esports is currently in the bottom of the standings as well. Borderline, both teams still fighting for the opportunity to make it to those playoffs, and this is where things get a little bit interesting here. The stakes are pretty high for both sides if they want to stand a chance. I'm actually excited to see whether or not Team Secret is able to deliver, but you know, seeing how Amox was forced to play, he can't exactly do his role as a coach as well in between games because he's actually in the game, right? If you think about it.
That's the thing, and that's what gives me so much anxiety for a team like Secret. And they have some of my favorite players in there. You know, I've been up and out box. I really like AIM as an individual and as a player, but so far it has been a little rough. Speaking of calendars, let's take a look at the calendar for RED Esports specifically, because they too have to play Team SMG this Sunday, RSG, and Team Hux. So if we're talking about a mountain to climb, RED Esports, they really got to buck up.
You know, to be honest, after seeing this calendar from RED Esports here, you know, logically speaking, these are arguably one of the strongest titans in MPL Malaysia, and I'm genuinely worried for them if they do not win today's series as well, especially against Team Secret, who
Yeah.
arguably is in the bottom track, arguably one of the easiest teams to actually overcome. But of course, when it comes to MPL Malaysia, anything can happen every single week. It might be roster changes, it might be meta fix, and speaking of which, recently a patch has hit as well. So we are going to be seeing a completely new meta coming into its the game itself. So
Okay, maybe not like an entirely new meta.
a little bit of a mix and match.
There's going to be some quality of life changes, especially if you're a Layla player. But other than that, quality of life change. But other than that, I do think that the patches haven't really changed this tank jungle meta at all. I think the marksmen are basically in the same spot as they used to be, and pretty much everything, it's mainly for quality of life, right? It's nothing crazy like an emblem change, for an example.
Okay, fair enough. I'm looking forward to see whether or not how much of an impact that Halberd is going to be bringing to the table for marksmen in particular to deal with the tanks.
The 8% max health damage from its passive.
Yes, that is kind of broken as well. And on top of it all, there are a lot of changes in terms of items as well. There are a lot of changes to specific heroes. Particularly, I'm actually a big fan here. I want to see Paquito jungle back again. Even though it's very minor, I feel like it gives him a little bit more efficiency to jungle when you pair it off with the jungle emblem.
I mean, based on the MDLPH, it looks like some of the Filipino teams are already getting on board with it, and even locally, homeboys have shown off that Paquito has some relevance, especially if you understand the way that you need to play him. He's not like traditional fighters. He's not supposed to sit there for a very long time. Go in, get out. That's as much as you can do. Team fights, just bait it out. It's kind of like Julian, honestly. You're waiting for cooldowns most of the time.
Yeah, and of course, Fredrin has been hitting a little bit of nerfs here in terms of damage overall output. But to be honest, I don't think it's matched on Vishu, right? The whole point of Fredrin, why it's so strong, is because it's so tanky, it's so hard to kill. And the kill threat pressure of actually flipping the table with one appraised Rav is just so huge. And the nerfs coming in didn't exactly affect the ultimate. So I still think it's somewhat of a relevancy.
Here's the thing. I don't understand who has been complaining like, man, that taunt hurts too much. I don't see that actually happening. But with this being said, our upcoming matchup is going to start soon. We're going to be throwing over to Rose up on stage to give you guys an introduction to our teams. Rose, please, take it away.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua, nama saya Rose dan saya akan jadi host anda sepanjang musim ini. And now, we are back in week 3 of MPL Malaysia musim ke-11. Are you guys ready for the first match? Okay, sekarang untuk match pertama kita hari ini, kita ada Team Secret and of course RED Esports. Are you guys ready? And with that, jom kita invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Team Secret.
Wow, wow, wow. Looks like something happened to their lineup. Team Secret kini berjaya menurunkan pemain-pemain import mereka, Santi Sucre and King Salman. Will this current lineup be able to do something, providing a positive change? Mampukah mereka untuk mula mengutip mata untuk memanjat ke atas? We will see how they will make things better for themselves.
RED Esports.
Having successfully bounced back from defeat, they managed to earn full points in their last match. Mereka akan membawa misi terbaru untuk meneruskan rentak minggu ini. Dan bersama mereka Mel Cutie, MVP of the match minggu lepas, can they defeat the two Team Secret lineup? Sama-sama kita saksikan kemampuan mereka. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis untuk kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Team Secret, we have Coach Amox as well as Abe as the analyst. Manakala untuk RED Esports, kita ada Coach Sora Payung seorang diri seperti biasa. Let's continue for the fist bump, showing our sportsmanship and professionality. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggan, lawan di medan perang. And now, while both teams are taking their seats, let's introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Wenyi dan Hebe. Thank you for your hard work. And now that the teams are seated, we will finally see the true lineup of Team Secret. Stadium Jawara, let me hear you scream! Can the true lineup of Team Secret kalahkan Red Esports? Are you guys ready? And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew.
Don't worry, we got you covered, Rose. Pew, 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 pew. As the teams are up on stage, and Team Secret actually coming up with their full lineup this time.
Yeah, I was a little bit stunned by this, to be honest, because did I hear this right? You know, it's the actual main roster of Team Secret that all of us have been wondering since the beginning of MPL MY. Hey, can they deliver what it takes to compete with the best in the best in Malaysia? And you know, no one knows about this. And guess what? Boom, bada bing, bada boom. Week 3, they're here. They're finally here. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they, you know, overcome the odds, considering how much of a pressure that they are currently behind in terms of keeping up in the scores. But here are some goal later stats for you guys to keep up for Team Secret. We have Dato up on screen.
Yep, at age of 18 with a full lineup by his back, he is looking to inflate his score. With an average GPM of 663, he is averaging very normally amongst gold laners, but now this could be his time to actually break that 700 mark, to make it into that 800 mark, and from here on out, if they continue to perform well within the season, and hopefully with this new main lineup, well, I want to say new, but a fresh lineup that we finally get to see on stage, this could change things for Team Secret and their standings.
Yeah, especially with Santi Sucre as well as King Salman coming into the picture. I'm genuinely curious to see what they can deliver. However, their opponents here, MelQT, has been also a new upcoming goal laner coming from RED Esports, where we didn't really see too much here. He was a little bit shaky in terms of his performance over the weeks here. Hopefully, he will be able to deliver. But here on the stats here, he does beat Dito by at least about 100 average GPM overall of all the matches they have played so far. But of course, considering that how things went for Secret, it is arguable that this may be changing in this couple of days.
That's a good point, but I do think that MelQT has been one of the more stable members on the roster compared to the rest of the RED Esports members. I mean, when they're all working well together, it's hard to blame anyone. When they're doing their worst, at least they can rely on MelQT to be able to try to turn things around in these bigger team fights. But that's the thing about RED Esports, right? Their inconsistency, it's flipping and flopping. And against this full roster coming out from Team Secret, I don't know what their scrims have been looking like, but if RED Esports need a win, it has to be right now.
You know, I've heard a little bit of rumors as well. No one actually knew that Secret was bringing their main roster. So considering that, you know, some teams might be preparing in advance here, some teams might be a little bit detailed when it comes to preparing towards their meta as well. Things can be, you know, thrown out the window now, considering that we don't really have a lot of data on how King Salman and Santi Sucre is going to change the dynamic of the game alongside with the current meta shift. But we gotta stick around to find out, because we are jumping straight into the drafts as of yet with Team Secret on the blue side.
Oh man, I really thought RED Esports was gonna get another free 2-0 today against Team Secret, but no, instead this might actually be a brutal game for them. We'll have to judge the performances accordingly, but with very little information on Santi Sucre as well as King Salman, let's see whether or not they're actually up to par with everybody else who's warmed up in this league. But for the time being, right, we need to talk about certain things that cannot be touched in the draft. With the new patch, there's obviously going to be some new issues. Number one, Fire Mist has been banned. They are not allowed to pick it. Fleeting Time as an item cannot be picked up by any one of these teams. Now that that's out of the way, let's focus on this draft.
Yeah, let's add on top as well. Min Sitar is also a hero that is pretty much taken out of the entire thing.
Given, everybody knows that. Everybody who's been following the MPL knows whenever a new hero has been revamped, a new hero has been changed, or they get a brand new hero, 2 weeks minimum until they can use it.
And on top of it all, I want to double back on what you said as well here. For those of you guys who pretty much predicted RED Esports is going to get a 2-0 against Team Secret, I'm sorry to say your guess coins are all in jeopardy right now.
Oh my gosh.
Because I don't really know if this is actually the easy slide. But of course, it is the debut match. I'm curious to see what King Salman and Santi Sucre, who is the Filipino duo, going to be bringing the dictating the momentum for the team, is going to change the dynamic of the game. That's something that I'm genuinely curious here. What is the priority? Because as of yet, based on the bans, Fredrin completely ignored, Glue still in the pool, and I think Martis is also a hero in the pool as well. So we might consider seeing... Oh, okay, Arla being banned from Team Secret. Okay, makes a lot of sense, but do they still prioritize the Fredrin, even though it has hit a small nerf in terms of damage output?
I think, Fredrin is way too good, and I think for everybody in the MPL, banning it out, unless you have a good reason to ban it out or to force at least blue side to start with the opposite opening. Usually, if we see a Fredrin ban, we should expect the Valentina ban taking out two very big powerhouses for first picks on blue side, and most of the time, it's just not worth it, right? Because then you leave things open on red side, like Wanwan, like the Joy.
Yeah, Wanwan has had a very, very big nerf, so I'm surprised RED Esports still considered to actually take it out of the equation, considering that there are slight buffs into the marksman department, right? Helbert, slight buff, not exactly sure how it's going to change the entire dynamic. Leslie is also something that I think even the previous season as well, we didn't see too much of it. We saw it during the regular season, but it wasn't into the playoffs where we just completely ignored it. So I really like how Leslie has been buffed, but is it meta already? That's my question right now. But Team Secret, they open up with not the Fredrin, but with the glue.
Interesting, interesting. I thought Neo was one of the few rocks from Team Secret, but it looks like they want to make sure that they have his hero first. This could be a flex pick for all we know. After the performance from Aisha from Red Giants and throwing it into the roaming position, there's definitely an argument to be made, but RED Esports, they're going to be locking in the Farsa as well as the Claude. I think that's okay. I think the Farsa is shown mainly because, hey, usually EXP laners are the one who mess around with the Feathered Airstrike to cancel it early, but now Team Secret must make a choice whether or not they want to show Grok, and especially have something to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike in the roam position.
To be honest, Claude has been picked up here a couple of times here. I don't really think it's super meta. It's just annoyingly difficult to actually catch, right? In terms of positioning here, pretty much when he's in the goal laner, it's extremely hard to catch him off guard. But I genuinely want to see how much of an impact this Blazing Duet is going to bring to the table. Normally, if you're so far ahead, yes, the Blazing Duet is going to hurt a lot. But with the integration of a potential Helmet, who arguably Cloud always has issues dealing with tanky compositions, I think RED Esports is onto something if and only if they actually go for that direction. But Team Secret, their response, Martis as well as the Cho. Question is, who's XP and who's Roam? Most likely is Cho Roam, right?
It's most likely going to be Cho Roam here. I think it makes sense that they want to have some way to actually make plays, to actually pick people off. And this also buffs up the early game as well, especially with the help of Martis. With the Decimate, they can almost guarantee they can finish off the targets that they do pick off. But at the end of the day, right, RED Esports, they need to finish off their composition within the first phase. It's going to be the Fredrin. I like that a lot. But the main issue about it is when you are playing a tank, right? And I think, Team Secret, Amox is doing a good job. He's thinking outside of the box here. Team fights might be a little bit hard. We have ways to actually intervene with the Feathered Airstrike, but when it comes down to neutral objectives, we need to make sure that Fredrin gets nowhere close to the pit, so the kick has extra value this time.
Yeah, when it's just, forcing him to not able to actually go for the Retribution contest, right? So it makes a lot of sense, but I think Diggy is also something that they may consider just kind of secure that, but I don't think they would risk it against a composition like Team Secret, which they kind of benefit against a Diggy who's not exactly the strongest face checker when it comes to opening up. But what surprises me right now is Kadita completely ignored from both sides. I was expecting maybe a Kadita role, but that is if AIM was playing from Team Secret, right? But as of yet, Santi Zukri King Salman pretty much locked that down. Harry being banned from RED Esports. I'm curious to see what Dato is going to be playing against a Claude this particular round. Maybe a Beatrix, perhaps?
Honestly, it sounds like you're curious about pretty much everything that's happening at this stage of the game.
When it comes to Team Secret, right? It's just so unpredictable right now.
It is a bit unpredictable, but I think RED Esports has a very good idea. They want to make sure that even though Claude is the Swiss Army knife, they need to make sure they get rid of some of the bad matchups. Harith, in particular, is a little oppressive overall, and especially with the high amount of mobility that he has, he can sustain through the damage and especially go toe-to-toe with someone like Fredrin. They even get rid of the carry to make sure that Fredrin has an even better time. So now Team Secret considering who can force priority in the EXP lane. Number one, Benedetta. Do they still want to go for an EXP lane ban? I'm not 100%
I think we should ban the Lapo Lapo here. Lapo Lapo just has so much value against all the heroes coming from Team Secret right now, because considering they're all melee range, right? Yuzhong is also something that they may consider just banning off.
If they are considering one or the other, I doubt that they're going to play Melissa, right? If they ban an EXP lane there's still Yuzong. Lapu Lapu and Yuzong are basically interchangeable at this point, and I don't think that they're going to put themselves in that position. I do feel like Team Secret probably want to get the best matchup for themselves, so anybody who can force priority is going to be more of a threat than just the raw kill pressure and anti-CC and engagement tools that you get from Lapu as well. Yep, there we go. Grok. People who can force priority.
Okay. You know, they ban off the XP Grok potentially, or maybe even a roam coming in from RED Esports, but as of yet, I feel like Edith is something that people kind of strayed away for the past 3 weeks so far. I honestly think he's one of the most broken heroes when it comes to XP or roaming potential. He's just so much damage when it comes to like level 4. Once he has the Primal Fire, it's just extremely disgusting to actually play against. But with this kind of mobility, is not much of a threat for Team Secret, but it is a threat for RED Esports. So I'm surprised they didn't really go through. They prioritized the triple locks here. Lunatix is still in the pool as well for Team Secret actually deal with the tanky composition. Valentina's pretty much banned. Eve is great. You know, I'm really surprised they actually let the Eve through, considering that Fredrin is weak against slow CC. So Eve is a great pickup for Team Secret as of yet.
And I think, you know, RED Esports, they just wanted to make sure, hey, you've already showed who your EXP laner is. The supports, we could probably force you with the Farsa. We don't mind you having Eve at the end of the day because we don't necessarily have to do much because you showed your EXP lane so early on into the draft. And that's why every different opening for the blue side means that Red will respond accordingly. You are always targeting a specific lane, if not a specific type of composition. Now, Team Secret need to finish off theirs.
Yeah, I think they should go for a Leslie alongside with maybe a Lunatix here. They are hovering onto Lunatix for that kill pressure to actually take down a friend quickly. But is it going to be a lockdown? Seems like nope, it is going to be a Brody alongside with... Yep, it is going to be a Lunatix.
Yeah, so they want to have side lanes that can actually win in the earlier stages of the game. They're going to be able to use Lunatix as a way to kind of... Well, personally, I find it interesting, right? Would you prefer a Lunatix or would you prefer something like Xavier? And when you look at the just strong dive capabilities from the side of RED Esports, I can understand why you want to actually go for the Lunatix. At least you have defensive options inbuilt into you, rather than having to wait like, I don't know, 11, maybe even 12 minutes to get a Winter Truncheon.
Personally, I wouldn't go for the Xavier. Xavier is just so weak in the early to mid-game pressure, right? Lunatix, it makes a little bit more sense considering that they have Yuzong, you have Fredrin to completely dive you. Eve is great to kite the Fredrin, but not against a Farsa as well as Yuzong, who has so much mobility to flank you. And once you get caught, you're pretty much done, dusted, killed there. So I guess Lunatix is going to be the safer option. I like the response here, the Kufra pickup as the last pick to actually deal with the Brody to a certain degree and the Cho, but not a big fan against a Martis though. The Martis is going to completely destroy this Kufra, but all things considered, it is Mao we're talking about. He does have the experience to play a Kufra, but is it top tier? That's going to be my question for RED Esports.
Personally, for me, I think that Kufra is just a safe bet overall. If you want to play something along the lines of Lolita, you're looking to disengage, but it can easily get cancelled by the Cho. So at least you have minimal excuses when you're playing the Kufra. You have the bouncing ball. You have many different ways to get in on a fight. And if you can set up for combos, and as you can tell, Red side team fights are looking very, very good for them, but the raw kill pressure and pick-off rate and push rates in the side lanes that Team Secret have, the early game is going to fall into the hands of Team Secret, but the later this game goes, RED Esports is only going to get stronger.
Yep, I'm really excited to see how this is going to go down because we are going to be jumping in towards the first game for the third week of MPL MY with Team Secret going up against RED Esports, and this is going to be the match to watch. Team Secret's official main roster debuted in this match.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how Team Secret, especially that mid lane duo of King Salman and Santi Sucre, how they're going to play this off. And so far, we're expecting, you know, at least with Santi Sucre to force this priority because they know that the side lanes are strong. Dento in particular, he's got a really good matchup against Mel QT, and if he can just keep bullying him out really, really hard, then RED Esports will have to dedicate resources like Mal making his way and covering this top side. They have the information about where their enemy jungler has started, so now he's making his way up top.
Yeah, I'm really I'm really surprised to see how King Salman is so confident that he was going to be able to win his level 1 trade-off just because of how disgusting Lunatix can be when it comes to sustainability, right? So Mao, he's going to try and make an attempt onto Dato down top, but I don't think he's going to be able to do too much here. Santi Sucre is going to be here to say hello a little bit here, but are they going to be able to jeopardize something? No, but they do bait out the bouncing ball, so that is going to be Mao going to be on a pretty decent cooldown before he actually rotates to provide a little bit of assistance with the jungler. So This is going to be a late rotation coming from RED Esports, whereas Team Secret, they will have a slight upper hand.
Yeah, I personally don't think that matters too much here. Ooh, Box actually winning on that Retribution battle there. Both will have it up when the upcoming neutral objective is here. King Salman is nearby. I think Neo is going to hold off on this so they can play a 3v2.
Yeah, seems like that's going to be the case here. RED Esports playing a little bit safe. They're calling into Forsyth for a little bit of backup. Bang doesn't have to fed an airstrike yet. King Salman close to his 4. Might used to go for it. The taunt has been baited out, but seems like it is going to be a trade between the crabs for now. Box not securing it, but the turtle will be open. Both junglers has their retribution as of yet.
Deto is still going to be on the top side of the map. It's getting frozen by MLQT because he doesn't want to actually trade, but this is where it's going to get really hectic.
Yeah, Neo now going to be starting things off. AML going to be completely isolated. The Feather Astra and the Black Dragon already used by RED Esports. They're shredding their way through. They get the first one. They get the jungle. And now Team Secret, they're stranded. Can they trade off a little bit more? Absolutely not. Santi Sucre left alone, but they lose Tree and the turtle.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. Losing so many people there is bad for Team Secret, obviously. But, you know, RED Esports, I think they had some really good ideas. Number one, they identified straight away, hey, Box, we need to take him out as soon as possible. If not, our jungler is going to get kicked out of the pit. So if we can end this fight before it gets to that point, that would be a huge deal.
Yeah, that was huge as well. Great identification coming from Red QT, getting a double man petrify on top of it all with the Black Dragon. There was just so much damage coming from Team Secret that they could not do anything. King Salman, arguably, he was able to do the brilliance away, but still, I don't think it was this relevant yet, especially when now he needs a little bit more items before he can actually scale. Santi is looking for the kick, but MLQT will get out to safety. Team Secret now needs to play a little bit safer now before they actually engage. However, we do see a lane cut coming in from Neo, who's all the way backside on the bottom side of XP, but RED Esports, they're not reacting to this at all.
They don't need to because there's nothing to fight over that side of the map. Now, I think the important discussion we need to have is how Team Secret and RED Esports actually want to approach these team fights. And RED Esports, they've got some solid engage tools, if not multiple ways to get in on fights, while Team Secret are highly depending on people like Neo as well as Box. I would make an argument for, oh, hold on.
Oh, Mao is going to get harassed. Amal from the backlines. He's going to get the 2-man toss. They are going to re-engage. Feather Strike comes in. Box needs to get out with Ashura. Santi also going to be bailing out as well. Good disengage from Team Secret, but RED Esports, they will have a little bit more pressure to get more out of this. With 15 seconds on this turtle, they will have the upper hand in this regards. RED QT going to be distracted by Neo for now, but it seems like it is going to be the reset for both sides.
Well, and this is what I'm talking about. Team Secret are waiting for these pickoffs to happen, and if Box puts himself in a dangerous position, RED Esports will punish, especially for these neutral objectives.
Yeah, Neo now taking a little bit too much force and very early spit. However, MelQT, he just got his Demon Hunter sword. He can be a little bit of a factor. Sucre, he goes for the kick. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the angle hit. He is going to get punished here, but Box will secure the turtle. Neo now needs to run for his life. He gets petrified on his way through, and he will get taken down by the side of RED Esports.
And for the most part, this is why RED Esports have such big advantages, and especially why Team Secret were banning out people who could force out that priority. And unfortunately for Neo, he's falling behind. With Ren QT 3 kills under his belt, and already with a Hunter's Strike as well, he's got so much kill pressure that Neo can't necessarily force that priority against Ren QT until he has that first item.
Yeah, it's so difficult, and especially he's got 3 kills with the Festival of Blood. That stacks is going to give him so much sustainability, but no, they're going for the kick. They messed it up as well. MelQT going to be kicked out of range, and this time, Santi, he is going to get punished a little bit, but he will be able to get out. MelQT finally pops the blazing duet, while Santi needs to run for his life, and no, bang! He did not pre-aim it, and that is going to be Team Secret with a very awkward skirmish with RED Esports.
I can't believe nobody died there, but wait, hopefully Deto has the game sense to know. But bottom side...
Oh, Ren QT, he's going to get dived, but he does have a little bit more sustains here. The Festival of Blood is going to help him, but bang! No, top side, they get the kill on MelQT, and RED QT, he wasn't focused as well, and Team Secret, they will trade 2 for 1 in this exchange, and on tier 1 on the bottom as well.
Yep, this just shows you the strengths of both compositions. RED Esports just so much better when their composition is together. Mal!
Oh my goodness, Dato, he's going to be in trouble. Mao is going to completely destroy him with Bang, and Santi cannot cancel his bouncing ball at all, and now Amal gonna try and kite his way through, but this is a tank show, so it's gonna be a little bit difficult to actually punish him to a certain degree. However, the rest of Team Secret, they're looking for this flank. They know exactly where RED Esports is. Mao charging up the Tyrant's Revenge. Not looking for the kick yet, but seems like they will back off for now as Turtles 5 seconds spawning on the bottom side. Sandy.
Oh, that's so smart. Team Secret with some really good timings. They recognized that Red Esports had 4 members up top side, instantly went for the reset and a lane swap. So now Red Esports is going to be down on a man here. It's going to be a 4v4, but Deto is strong right now.
Yeah, he is indeed. Santi now going to be going for the fight here. Ren QT goes for a petrify, but he's going to get chained his way through. Turtle will be secured from Red Esports. Black Dragon tried to be used, but instantly gets taken down by Team Secret. Great 1-for-1 trade, and this time Red Esports still having a slight lead, but Team Secret, they look a little bit more well composed this game. However, top side, MLQT will get a free tier 1.
Yep, I mean, I don't know. That comes down to communication here because Team Secret need to make sure Neo wants to be a part of these fights, but they need to recognize that Deto is in a much better position to out-kite people like Ren QT, especially when he doesn't have that Petrify on Yuzong. And unfortunately, they trade up for Red Esports. They don't want to kill Santi Sucre. They want to hit the big hitters. They need to kill Box. They need to kill Deto.
Mel QT just got his golden staff, but pay attention to gold ranking right now. Deto, he's 400 ahead. With that lane swap just now, and also a tier 1 down bottom, now he is going to try and extend his lead top side, and this is something the Red Esports needs to react to this. They are going to force a fight. Mal gets kicked out, the Blaze into it, is going to connect on King Salman, but can they get out? Because as of Yam Amao, he tries to interject, but he is getting slowed down as well. Red QT tries to finish off Santi. He forces a Black Dragon just for the Cho, and not going to get any value out of this, while Team Secret, they might try to re-engage this, but their health is a little bit too low. AML with the taunt, they won't catch Neo. Neo is dead. King Salmon also connected with the stun. Box finally joins the fight, but they trade 2 for 1 for absolutely nothing. Oh, mistakes.
No, Team Secret had a really good idea initially with the side lanes getting shoved on in by Box himself. Getting a tier 2 was huge, but now the mid lane tier 1 ends up dying. They lose 2 members at the same time, and Red Esports actually walk away with a surplus of gold in this particular situation. I think Team Secret should have just called it off, focused on clearing that wave, rather than getting into the middle of that fight.
Oh my goodness, this is so awkward as well, considering the amount of CCs that Red Esports has. Sucre is in trouble, he's dead! Oh, the idea is good, but still, you have to respect the amount of catch potential that Red Esports have, and because of this, he's 14 seconds on the sidelines. Lord is going to be up for grabs, and Team Secret, they have to contest it, but how though?
Well, but I don't think they can do it unless they kill MelQT first.
Oh, they're thinking about it. MelQT is a little bit too low. He needs a decimation from Box, but it's going to be difficult as well. But the Lord now dropping 10%. Red Esports is going to be in a position to secure it for sure. Split comes in from Neo as he gets out. They won't be able to get out, but Team Secret not able to do anything about this.
Yep, and that's the thing. The early game is so very important for Team Secret because when Red Esports want to contest as 5, there's nothing much that Team Secret can do unless King Salman can find an incredible flicker play somewhere.
Oh, it's tough. It is going to be a little bit tough to do this, but as we had Red Esports in perfect control, MalQT level 11 has the golden stuff and the DHS, and once he gets his corrosion scythe, things are going to get very, very difficult for Team Secret to stay alive in the wombo combos coming in.
Well, now they're pushing in together. The side lanes haven't been really touched at this point of time. I think Red Esports understand that, hey, we don't care about the side lanes right now. We just want to get that mid-tier 1 and open up this map even more.
He's looking for the Tyrant's Revenge. He's looking for the setup, but the tier 2 is standing rather healthy for now. Box is going to Ashura his way out for now. Santi Sucre going to buy time with the Lord. Meanwhile, Mao still looking for an opportunity, going for the flicker stun, but still it's going to be difficult. Dito forces an early flicker by Bang, but overall still they can't get any more out of this for Red Esports.
Yep, they just have to sacrifice whatever they can for the time being. Red Esports, they just need to choke them out, right? They've got that 3k gold lead. They need to make sure that this entire jungle is going to fall into their hands, absorb as much of the gold in EXP, and starve out Team Secret.
Yeah, MelQT, he just got his corrosion scythe as well. This is going to be even more harder to actually kill the Claude. And based on the position, they do see everyone from the bottom side, but as of yet, from Team Secret, the biggest catch right now is going to be Santi Sucre with the big flicker Wave of the Dragon.
Yep. And I think, Red Esports, you can definitely see that they should just hurry up, just take the jungle, go back into your own, farm the entire wave, and then get ready for this upcoming fight, because Team Secret, they're not moving out right now. Santi Sucre is disrespecting.
Oh no, Santi, he is going to get picked apart by the Claude as soon as I said it. He just got his corrosion scythe. Santi Sucre just completely completely destroyed by auto attack. So unfortunate now. Box, he wants to try and dive onto his Bang. He's gone a little bit big, but it is a choke spot that RED Esports is looking for to fight. Tyrant's Rage will connect on King Salman, but Box will be auto attacked by MLQT to his death. And just like that, RED Esports, they get 2 easy picks. But it's not over yet because King Salman, well, almost losing his life, but MLQT looking very, very confident in this game.
I mean, honestly, Santi Sucre should not have died there. I understand he wants to disrespect space to find holes, but honestly, he had Flicker. He understands it's a high-value battle spell, but it's just too good.
Oh, Neo now, he's gonna get chain stun all the way to Obliterate, and it's RED Esports. They are gonna put test the inhibitor. King Salman trying his best to clear the minions, but the auto attack's a little bit too much for MLQT as he shreds through the tower.
For the time being, I think this is GG at this point. RED Esports will get this Luminous Lord. They've already cracked open an inhibitor. Team Secret, unfortunately, are in no position to actually fight this. And even if they do, they really need to make sure that Bang doesn't have that Feathered Airstrike, which has been untouched throughout this entire match.
That's so difficult now. Mao looking for the stun. Box that's connected, but they want to engage. Santi Sucre from the sides tries to go for the kick, but the Lord down to 10%. MLQT doing a fantastic job helping them zone the rest of Team Secret, but no, guess what? They caught Santi Sucre. He is gonna get focused down. The tank is eventually gonna be focused down here, while the Blazing Duet finally comes in from the back lines, tries to chip away at Team Secret. They get Santi, but Ren Cutie, he's stranded alongside with Dato. Can they go in for a trade? No, they cannot. Neo tries going for the extension, but finally they take down Ren QT. Neo now doesn't have the split. They need to run away. Wow, with the extension, it's gonna keep him alive, but King Salman now gonna be baiting out the Appraiser's Wrath, but Team Secret somehow still holds on with the Lord pushing in. RED Esports now, do they want to continue with this bloodbath? It seems like they might not be able to.
They don't have the damage for it. MelQT is running out of mana as well, so he's taking that purple buff to get back into that fight, but by the time he's done with it, the Lord is already gone. The empowered minions have no use, as Team Secret's high ground defense should be more than enough to keep them afloat. RED Esports, personally, I think they should have just reset and followed the Lord. They already secured the big objective that they were looking for. They got the initial pickoff, just reset. Why overextend and give these free kills to Team Secret? And because of that, they can't close out the game.
Oh, it's so hard right now. And this is going to buy a little bit more time for Dato here. Lightning Trunk if finding purchase out of King Salma means he is going to start to hurt a lot. However, Mao looking for the catch. Box is going to go in for the disruption. Here comes the kick. Santi can't seem to find the angle, but the Feather Airstrike will be used on Neo to zone him out. So that's going to be a little bit of a reset coming from Team Secret. RED Esports, however, needs to respect that they do not have Bang with the Feathered Airstrike. So for now, they are going to try and box them out and choke them out again. But Team Secret, they're doing a fantastic job just kiting as much as they can to try and find an opportunity to strike. And currently, who do they focus on? Because it is going to be difficult now. Red QT starts things off with the Black Dragon so they can secure the tier 3s down bottom. But that's a disengagement coming from RED Esports.
That's the thing. That's the thing. RED Esports can't close this out without the Lord. And Team Secret have high ground defense. If they have to sacrifice an inhibitor, so be it. It only takes one coin flip to make this game fall into the hands of Team Secret.
Oh, they bait out the Purify from Bang. Once again, Santi hasn't been able to find that kick at all. RED Esports is just so good at hugging those walls, especially for Amao. And currently, RED Esports, they just know what they need to do. But as of yet, pay attention to the map here for Santi on the top side. He's looking for a big wraparound on the flank, but I don't think he's going to get anyone as of yet. But RED Esports is sending 2 guys down to actually pressure the lane, potentially go for a rat strat, while Team Secret, they're just hold up at base.
Well, that's the thing. You don't have any inhibitors. RED Esports can kind of play this macroly. They don't necessarily have to try and out-micro or try to outplay Team Secret. They have all the pieces that they need for a checkmate. And RED Esports, if they want to fight here by Lord, they need to make a decision. Are we looking to take the Lord or are we looking to fight? Because if we're looking to fight, then we don't really care about the side lanes too much.
Yeah, MelQT gonna do a fantastic job just harassing Santi. They do find out where Santi is, so that's gonna put RED Esports in a little bit more comfort zone, but pay attention to the bottom side. Red QT is looking for the Black Dragon flanker as well. Neo now forced to go for an early split, but Box now almost getting the kill onto his MelQT. That means no marksman in this team fight, and RED Esports, they are fighting without the marksman while they continue to kite them off. Neo now almost getting desecration. He is going to get out of this, but the Lord still down to 20%, and Team Secret are chipping away, but Rody coming in from Dato, they finish off Red QT. And now with the Storm coming in, they do get aim out as well. They don't have the retribution, but no, Bang! He steals the Lord from Red Esports and Team Secret. They were waiting for so long. Finally, they have no choice but to trade for heroes. And can they get more? No, they cannot. And Bang tried to go for the Feathered S, trying to turn things around, but it's not gonna be enough because as of yet, Team Secret, they needed the Lord, but no Lord for them.
Huge plays coming out from Team Secret here. Santi Sucre getting some great cancels, but more importantly, King Salman's damage is now extremely relevant. Box should be dead here.
Oh, okay.
Wait for it. Does Bang have...
No,
he didn't have his ultimate just yet. He was... I thought he was walking up trying to kill him because now he just gets his ultimate. But here's the issue. No matter what Team Secret does, even if they're winning these fights, if they got that Lord, it could have been huge. But RED Esports still claim it, but now, because of the indecision, just the lack of communication, the lack of synchronization from RED Esports, everybody needs to be on the same page. An incredible flank from Ren QT, completely wasted. He used his Petrify as well, but RED Esports were not in the position to re-engage in that fight.
Yeah.
I think the only person who was actually actively aware of Ren QT was Mal, but Bang and Mel QT both had other ideas because of the amount of pressure Team Secret was giving on the top side of the map from Tribrush.
Yeah, it is pretty much Santi Sucre and Boxers completely trying to punish Mel QT for his aggression, right? As soon as Mel QT was taken out low on the entirety of the fight, RED Esports had no main source of damage, and that was the biggest problem for RED Esports. However, Team Secret, they understand the clear game plan right now. Make sure Men QT gets zoned out before they engage in this fight, because eventually, damage-wise, RED Esports doesn't have a lot aside from Bang and Mel QT.
Well, that's the thing. They have to play around their two carries. They've got 3 tanks.
Oh, Santi, oh, what are you doing? You're all by yourself here. Okay, he's fine.
Now, this is what I was expecting earlier when he was disrespecting the space down on bottom side. Like, use your flicker, get out of there. Like, there is no point dying. And the stakes are even higher 18 minutes into the game because those death timers are huge.
Oh my goodness, what a way to debut for Team Secret. It seems like they are on a full defense right now, but it's so hard to actually make a comeback as long as RED Esports don't make those mistakes. But as of yet, they do have immortalities over RED Esports in case they die, whereas Team Secret is far off from those item purchases, and this is gonna hurt them in this next upcoming team fight. With 35 seconds on the Lord and bottom side, I don't know if it's enough for Team Secret to fight this. Can they actually win a flawless fight and take them down twice on those immortalities for RED Esports?
Well, let's see how. Because RED Esports now, again, they're not deep into the enemy jungle. They're just holding the river line. They understand that the goal doesn't matter, right? There's no deficit. They're basically in even space. Ooh.
Oh, Santi, he is a little bit troubled. They do bait out the brilliance coming from RED Esports. That's huge for them for now, especially with the 5 seconds left for the Lord. So it's all about those stalemates. Neo now gonna get caught out and taunted out as well. The split is not gonna do him any good. He has the immortality, but he is gonna get focused down. And now Red QT with the Black Dragon gonna zone out King Salman, Box, and Santi Sucre, and the backlines trying to go in for a hunt for Mel QT, but he's just completely dodging the fight. And now Team Secret, they're all stranded one by one, but RED Esports, they're not fighting at all. Mel QT, he's focusing on Santi, but little did he know, Dito is resting at the base, and that's why RED Esports is in shambles. And Dito, he got the kill on Bang, and now he's gonna rat his way through. He needs one more auto attack. No, he cannot get it at all. RED Esports were able to defend for now. What a rat coming in from Team Secret, and they got exterminated. However, can they prolong this fight? Because RED Esports, they'll finally make their way onto the Lord Pit with 2 bars left.
50,
Box
50, Box
still has the retribution. He needs to get it. Mao is chain stunning his way through. Mel QT chipping away at his health with the Black Dragon alongside. And Box, he might die to this, and he will die to this as well. Neo and Santi Sucre looking to finish a fight, but the Lord will be secured by RED Esports. Now Team Secret, they need to fight back, but they don't have the damage to do so, and Neo, he's stranded by himself while RED Esports will slowly chip away at him. And guess what? They're ignoring him because the Lord is pushing down in the middle lane for RED Esports and Team Secret. They don't really have the damage leaders now.
Now they're going to get pushed all the way back into their base, and with an empowered Lord, this is looking like it's the end.
This is tough. This is tough. Brilliance coming in to throw zone and mouth. The Lord is knocking on the crystal. MLQT focusing on the crystal. And Team Secret, they lose game 1. RED Esports will take it, and you can see the sighs of relief coming from him. Almost losing that game.
MLQT definitely was taking a deep breath in as Deto almost closing out this game. Honestly, it was neck and neck. RED Esports knew how to play their composition, but at the end of the day, it's the mistakes being made by Team Secret which costed them.
Oh my goodness, it was so close. You can see the smiles on Deto here. He's a little bit relieved, but imagine if he got that auto attack. That would be happy faces coming in for Team Secret. GG well played for game 1. But I'm excited to see how game 2 is going to go for both sides.
Yep. What a game this has been. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed from both sides, right? I'm definitely disappointed with Team Secret. It's clear that their team communication isn't exactly there because there were many opportunities for a lot of the members of Team Secret to throw their bodies to cancel these recalls and let Deto do God's work to close out this game. But I guess either it's communicated they had too much faith, it's really tough to say, but RED Esports, even for themselves, again, closing out these games off of Team Secret's mistake probably wasn't the way to go.
Yeah, definitely here. Obviously, they do need to fix it up as well. We do see the coach's reaction coming from RED Esports because he could not believe his eyes on how close the game was actually is. But let's take a look at what the mic check is for RED Esports as we jump into it right here, right now.
Mati dulu. Glow, ball basket. Tarik kau. Coleng. Careful. Aku tak ada. Aku nak clear atas. Tak ada bro. Jauh dekat aku. Pergi. Ni glow belah aku. Lunatix. Kau ML. Tu. Jangan ML dia masuk aku. Double. Kita pegang push dia, jangan kasi dia keluar. Pantai bodoh semua ni. Nah, Martis. Kau mana Martis? Mati.
Current score for RED Esports 1-0 against Team Secret. Even with their main lineup, it looks like things aren't really changing. There's definitely weaknesses on both sides, but Team Secret just slow on the roll. They've definitely got the mechanics, but it doesn't seem like their team play is there just yet.
Yeah, that's the problem that we have been asking as well. Do they have the capabilities? Based on this game, yes they do. Communication and team play wise, well, it's partially due to, their over the weeks issues that they have overcome. But with this game itself, I'm hoping to see game 2 is going to be a little bit better for this upcoming game.
I mean, if we're talking about better, faster, and even more efficient, maybe consider checking out Hotlink. With more internet, more speed, and more Gaia with Hotlink, you can enjoy 30 GB plus an extra 20 GB worth of bonus high-speed internet for only 35 ringgit a month. And not to mention, that's only with the Hotlink prepaid pantas. If you're thinking about postpaid, you get even more benefits when you can enjoy 50 GB worth of high-speed internet on top of a new device, which you have to pay, that's right, 0 ringgit with the Hotlink postpaid 60 plan. So check them both out, see which fits your schedule. But let's talk shop about this game, right? I think that Team Secret, there's definitely a couple things that you can't really help because the team are finally together, all in the same place at a LAN. Could be nerves, but it's clear that the team play isn't clean enough. I'm more critical of RED Esports because they had all the pieces set up. No inhibitors, yet the Lord was still a 50-50 coin flip. What was going on there?
It feels like RED Esports, they are messing up a little bit too much when it comes to their overconfidence, right? They're making plays that are a little bit indecisive. Everyone has an idea of what they want to do, but none of this idea kind of looks unanimous as a decision as a team where they need to make a play where, hey, let's just do this. It's more like everyone is doing their own thing and they're trying to make it work together. And that's the big problem that RED Esports and that I feel that they need to fix in this upcoming game. But all in all, I'd say it was a pretty close game, even though it shouldn't be that close.
Yep, and we're seeing that, LQT, really interesting. Going for the endless battle on Claw. That's an you don't get to see that very often. I guess he wanted to have that extra bit of true damage to try and get through the main tanks. Because Lunatix, half the time, she's in Brilliance or Darkening Away, flickers off. Deto, he barely even gets on top of Deto. But then again, Team Secret had a very interesting way to actually play the team fights, which we'll talk about in the highlights. But overall, items seem pretty standard. We don't get to see any abuses of the new items. We don't get to see any Sea Halberds. We're not also seeing any magic blades. Yep, no rose gold meteors either.
I guess the endless battle is just so much value just for the mana regen from the blades itself, right? Like, the thing with Claude here, you don't really have a lot of mana. There are often times where, back in the days, you do play those magic shoes just for the additional mana to actually sustain while spamming the first skill to extend your stack. So I guess that's the idea he's going for the endless battle. But yeah, I'm surprised as well. No Hellbird's purchase here. Dominance Ice is pretty much a must thing for tanks. And after the rework coming in, I feel like MLQT is really struggling compared to before, back in the previous patch where the attack speed is just so broken right now.
I mean, let's look at the post-game stats real quick here, right? Let's see, maybe we have a different story being said, because it looks like MLQT is dealing hella damage, cracking the 100,000 mark here, just barely. But looking at Team Secret's side, it also feels like they're getting pretty close.
Yeah, they are getting very close as well. King Salmo is doing 82,000 damage, and every single time he tries to engage in the fight, I like how Red QT is always forcing his Black Dragon just to completely zone out King Salma in this team fight while ignoring both Box and Santi. And the biggest problem here is that the main damage dealer coming from Team Secret is Dito and King Salman. Pretty much the mage and the marksman. Same can be said for RED Esports, and they understand that if they zone one off of either of these players, they are going to be able to win a team fight. Same can be said for Team Secret. They had Santi, they had Box, making sure they can shut down their QT, while RED Esports, their objective is to zone out King Salman in majority of these team fights and try to win their individual team fights.
I mean, even if they do win the individual team fights, right, at the end of the day, when you have all the members of RED Esports as 5 for these neutral objectives, it's really tough. I was expecting that Team Secret was going to play a little bit more macro-wise and start split pushing more often than not, especially during the laning phase, but our MVP of this game has to go over to MelQT. A tough matchup in the gold lane itself, but during these team fights, he is making individualistic plays, smaller skirmishes, which turn the tables, blowing resources from the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job making sure that he doesn't get caught up by both Santi and Box multiple times, and because of, as long as he doesn't die, there is hope for RED Esports to continue this aggression. And with his play so far, it makes a lot of sense why he's the MVP, right? Team Secret was just struggling to make sure they can't actually dive him, and time again they just couldn't, just because of how much of a threat he poses to the tanks itself. And the biggest problem for me in the previous patch was that Claude cannot chip away tanks. But if you're talking about Cho, he's not exactly super tanky like a Fredrin or maybe even a Arlo to a certain degree.
Look, I mean, I respect MelQT for going for the endless battle. Most people will go for the Malefic Roar in these situations, and I think it's understandable because MelQT is actually working together with his initiators to actually go for the Blazing Duet, take the Battle Mirror image back. Hey, just because I don't have my ultimate doesn't mean I'm not relevant in these fights. His auto attacks are already putting on-hit effects. With the extra true damage that he's getting from the endless battle alone, he's getting so much value in these prolonged fights at the same time in comparison to if he had took something like a Malefic Roar. So personally for me, I definitely understand where MelQT is coming from. He needed something that gives him a bit of sustainability, but just enough damage to threaten tanks.
Yep, and this is where things are going to get a little bit interesting. Can he keep up towards the pressure for game number 2? Are we going to see a respect ban coming from Team Secret banning off the Claude? But before we get into the details here, let's take a look at the highlights on how game 1 looked here. Initially in the start of the game, RED Esports, they were just completely dominating in all these team fights just because of how much CCs and AoE control, especially with the Black Dragon in play.
I mean, just look at this. Every single time MelQT, he goes in, he's making sure that he is working with these initiators. Here is where I was the most disappointed, because RED Esports, they need to communicate with each other how they're going into this fight. This fight should not have been this close, especially since they had first dibs on where they want to position around this lord, and Team Secret should not have been able to take this much space to begin with.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Box actually messed up his retribution for that Lord contest, allowing Bang to actually steal it away for Team Secret. And I think it was a little bit of a mistake coming from Team Secret, but that should have been a fight for Team Secret to come on top. But fortunately for RED Esports, they were able to come on top, and ever since the rebound coming in, you can see that MelQT is actually substantial to actually being killed by either King Salman or Dato multiple times. And even here as well, this might have been a game for Team Secret. So it's so close. It's really close if you put it in this perspective.
I mean, honestly, could I say either team was going to rob each other for this game? I feel like definitely yes. Like Team Secret, if they just made the call to cancel recalls, Ren would not have been able to handle Deto by himself. If it wasn't for Mao flickering on top of him to ensure that he was stunned, that game would have fallen into the hands of Secret for sure.
Yeah, it was just so many what-ifs, could-have, should-have situations coming from both sides. But what we do know is that the fact right now, RED Esports, they do take one game, and they're one game away from securing the series, which arguably is not what Team Secret wants as of yet, based on their standings and based on all their upcoming matches that is coming in.
I mean, hopefully they do start to buck up here, but in the meantime, in case you guys are waiting for the upcoming game, have you checked out the All-Star event, the Purified Harmonia, which is available right now from March 31st all the way to June 23rd. Complete the task to collect Techno Notes as well as unlock free rewards like the special skin Regalia, Seraphic Selfie. Oh man, why did they name it that? Avatar Border, Shine, Atomic Pop, the Atomic Pop Spawn Effect, and as well as the Graffiti, Be the Superstar for 3 days. And now the All-Star is now underway. Invite your friends, enjoy the generous events together. Don't forget, if you want to show off these skins, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang and hashtag MLBB All-Star, hashtag Be the Superstar.
And you know what's funny? I was just asking about this a few days ago when I was logging in here. Why does this skin from Raphael look so damn pretty? And now I know. That's how you do it. That's how you're gonna get it here. You gotta complete your task every single day, collect it, and get the skin. Because I swear to God, if you see this on the banner on the bottom for the skin, it looks pretty here. Imagine in game, it's right in your face. It's even prettier. Trust me, I loved it.
Just because it's right in your face, I think the most impressive thing is the fact that if I feel like
I was
she
at the
talks to
concert.
me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're now in the AI generation.
I don't think we've gotten to that point yet, but you know what? Maybe we'll ask Muntun some other time whether it's actually talking to me or not. But with that being said, let's have a draft recap here. Because again, for both of these sides, as I've laid the foundation at the very beginning of the game, they wanted to play for pickoff. They needed to play more macro-centric for the side of Team Secret, because for RED Esports, it's very straightforward. Stick as 5, fight as 5, win the neutral objectives.
Hold on, I gotta ask you this here. Are you the kind of guy that is like, you know what? I would like to have an AI girlfriend.
No, because I have an actual girlfriend, so I don't see where this is coming from at all. In the meantime, right?
Yeah, let's talk about the drafts here. You know, based on the damage output here, both still playing very, very clear indications here. Triple tank compositions with 2 main damage coordinators, and I feel like Team Secret, they had the right idea with King Salman, but like I said as well, they don't really have a lot of practice together. This is the main roster, but we do see a lot of potential coming from Team Secret, and as of yet, this is a great time to actually showcase whether or not they have what it takes. Whereas RED Esports, the best thing to do right now to pretty much secure their spots into the playoff is to shut down Team Secret right here, right now, and 2-0 this. But we do see a player swap coming in. It seems like Santi Secret is going to be swapped out for AIM. This is kind of surprising, but I guess it makes sense considering how his Cho wasn't able to set up so many kills in game 1.
I don't know, it's either the nerves that have gotten to him, but AIM is looking to take his place and going back to his previous role. I mean, how many times are we going to say previous role? He's going back to the support role this time. Unless King Salman is going to be the one in the support role. Hard to say, but we'll find out when we get into the game. First things first, it's time to draft.
Yep, this is going to be the drafts coming for game number 2 with AIM coming in from Team Secret. This time, the drafts and the playstyles are going to be completely changed in terms of the dynamics here. And I'm looking forward to see how it goes. This time, Team Secret on the red side and RED Esports on the blue side.
RED Esports this time banning out the Arlet almost straight away. It looks like Team Secret opted to sit on the red side to actually have that counter draft ready to go. Joy getting banned out. Would like to see the new Joy in professional play, but I don't think anybody's going to let it through.
It is going to be difficult as well. I'm curious to see whether or not Team Secret, are they going to respect MelQT's Claude for this game? And aside from this as well, is Team Secret going to play the double mage composition, which is something that RED Esports need to be a little bit more afraid, because from time to time again, we do see Kadita bans across the map as well as a first phase ban to a certain teams. And I feel like this is a good time to actually respect this. Unless Team Secret says, you know what, I'm going to bring the Kadita. I'm just going to completely one-shot people right from the get-go. In this case, RED Esports, they need to be really, really aware about what Team Secret may be bringing to the team, especially when it comes to Amox. But as soon as they said it, they don't care about the Kadita, but they do respect AIM's Diggy.
I think that, you know, Kadita is definitely going to be more of an issue here. I think Red Esports are just going based off what they know. Maybe there could be a couple of scrims where Red Esports played against Secret and they saw the Diggy actually being pulled out. They've got some kind of information that we don't have, but we know for a fact that, you know, AIM, if he wants to play somebody like Cho, it's definitely not in his comfort zone. He does prefer to play things like Matilda, Enchanter-style mages, or just Assassin mages in general. If Selena was definitely in the meta, AIM would want to get his hands on it, but I think Kadita is most likely where it's going to go.
You know, I'm curious to see what Team Secret was saying here. Just now for a second, I thought everybody's going to be looking at AIM saying like, hey, you know, there's no Diggy, what are you going to play? But instead they were all focusing on Dito as well. So I'm assuming this is going to be a very important marksman priority coming from Team Secret, where they might want to consider just banning off the Claude or denying it away from LQT from game number 1. But as of yet, based on the bans, I don't see a lot of big changes so far, except for the Diggy pickup. But as of yet, Fredrin pretty much in the pool. Valentina also in the pool. Kaja gonna be denied for now. And Glue again also gonna be in the pool. So the question is, Red QT, is he gonna play the Glue or not?
I don't know whether Red Esports wants to start with that opener again. Personally, for me, I'm kind of like meh with Glue. To begin with, yes, it's really good at zoning out, but like you saw in the game before, there were many moments where there were a lot of moments for Neo where it was like, oh yeah, I guess, I suppose, but Ren QT, he was looking for these big initiations, and with Glue, you can't necessarily do that. You can zone people, but you can't have that immediate value for money with a Petrify.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit difficult here. I guess I see where you're coming from as well. But as of yet, Team Secret, the final bans coming on the first phase, they will ban off the 1-1 once again. This time, both sides don't really want to deal with the 1-1. RED Esports first pick, Fredrin, going to be out for grabs unless they want to secure the Valentina for Bang once again. But so far, Bang's Farsa has been a big threat. So I assume Team Secret might consider playing the Farsa. Unless it's a roaming Farsa, which I think I did see it before coming from AIM, which is weird. I think it was last season.
Yeah, I don't really remember it. I'm just laughing at the fact that Red Esports is like, you know what, MelQT, you did really well on this Claude. Let's give it to you one more time.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I agree. He was doing really, really well. They just need a way to actually deal with the Clouds for now from Team Secret. The Cho idea was great and all, but it just didn't hit the mark. And I think last season, Grok was a great solution to the Cloud, right? Every single time the Blazing Duet comes in, you save the wall charge just to cancel it off and potentially turn the fight around. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it from Team Secret, but no, they bring the Valentina and the Benedetta for Team Secret.
Okay, so it's understandable. Team Secret still want to play their overall macro style. I hope that they're able to kind of follow, at least look for these opportunities to force push so that they can make plays across the map, right? Because previously it's like, yes, we have a split, we have a composition that works well in the early game, but nothing was happening in the early game that really set the tone or at least captured the tempo on their side. Red Esports, on the other hand, they're basically defaulting to their team fight composition once again.
Yeah, they are going to be using near identical compositions from game number 1, whereas Team Secret, what did they do? Do they want to ban off? Do they want to deny the Kufra right here, right now? Because I felt like the Kufra wasn't a big threat. Not necessarily, but it is annoying to deal with against the Brody as well as Valentina, which does have high mobility. So as of yet, Team Secret, do they pick it? No, they don't. They still secure the Martyrs this time.
Why pick it when you can ban it? Remember, they are on the red side, so they still get first pick even after we're done with the second ban phase.
I want to see how it goes as well, but as of yet, you know, we haven't exactly seen what King Salman is going to be playing coming from Team Secret yet. Or in this case, AIM in particular, because I think it is going to be King Salman playing the Valentina, and AIM going to be playing most likely an Enchanter-style roamer coming from him. But I want to see whether or not does RED Esports respect the potential Kadita roam being brought up from AIM. I think they should ban it from RED Esports, to be honest.
I agree. I definitely think that RED Esports should be looking to ban out Kadita, mainly because they're using the Farsa. If it was Yves, it might be a little bit of a different story. But for the most part of it, the fact that you can have two ways, actually there are multiple ways to cancel out this Feather Airstrike, which is such a big problem for Team Secret in game number 1.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case. The thing with game number 1 is that they had Box on a Mortis who's arguably supposed to be having his sole objective shutting down on Bing, and forcing him to actually go on MelQT was a very, very difficult task. And in this case, they needed someone more reliable to actually shut down the Forza. In this case, having the Benedetta does help out a little bit more, because once the Feather Airstrike comes in, Electro Final Blow on his face is going to completely shred through the HP of that Forza. So I guess they have a little bit more utilities to actually deal with RED Esports compared to game number 1. And this time, I feel like the biggest threat is still going to be how do they dive the Claude.
I mean, first of all, I don't know what universe we're in to believe that, yo, Martis, you need to be the one to stop the Feathered Airstrike. He's got bigger things to handle. He has to worry about neutral objectives half the time. If he dies first, that's a big issue. You never want to throw your jungler in that sort of position unless you are making a commitment to the fight rather than a neutral objective. You cannot get both in any situation, especially at the highest level of competition. Now, Team Secret, I like where their head's at, right? Get rid of the Phoveus, make sure that Rank QT doesn't get his pocket pick. They also get rid of the Glue to make sure they don't zone out the rest of their team, especially if Glue is on top of Benedetta. It is the worst feeling in the world to be able to have to always be ready for that slam into the eye for an eye, which can be a little bit difficult at times. Carry gets banned out for the side of RED Esports because their composition overall is going to be tanky.
Yeah, it is going to be the same one as well. Seems near identical coming from game number 1. Coming from RED Esports. So Team Secret, they gotta be aware. Do they secure the Brody again to actually deal with the Claude? Was it a good objective? Because now all eyes on Dato. Does he play? Nope. This time, no Brody. He is gonna play the Beatrix instead. So a little bit more AoE damage coming from Team Secret. And also the snipe potential to actually one-shot the Claude if he hits it.
Okay, so these days, when you do see the Beatrix, you usually need somebody to enable her, right? You cannot expect Beatrix to walk up Nibiru's Passion and then somebody dies. You need somebody to kind of lock them down, put them in their place, hold them there for a couple of seconds. And right now, the only person who's capable of doing that is Box on this Martis. And even then, it's still an unreliable way of getting it done. I would argue that Neo on the Benedetta with Petrify could technically set that up, but it's like, how often are you going to find those big, impactful plays where you're in the right place at the right time?
Yeah, most likely they are going to go for the poking strategy coming from Team Secret. But RED Esports, they stick with their same identical composition from game number 1, and Team Secret is looking to challenge it this time. So final hero coming from Team Secret, it is going to be Aim's hero, I guess. And
let's
Double Mage? No, I don't think it's Double Mage. He needs to play a tank. And what is he going to play? Matilda? No, Matilda is pretty badly coming from Team Secret. And final pick here, they are... Oh, yep, let's go. Called it. Let's go. Roaming Kadita, let's go.
Yep, as expected here. Explain to me this poking composition that you're talking about here for the side of Team Secret.
You know, Team Secret, they have to poke with the snipers coming from Dito, right? He needs to hit his shot, and once he hits one of it, every single one from Team Secret will collapse and try to enable the Decimate to get a kill to extend the fight. That's the idea coming in from the if and only if he goes for that direction.
Assuming that he wins his lane, I think it's going to be an interesting way to actually initiate, because no matter what, Feathered Airstrike is going to be their biggest issue here.
Yeah.
And Neo, he's got to be very sharp. This time he's not on Glue, and he's got a lot of mobility to get on top of that Farsa to cancel it out. But again, RED Esports, basically the exact same composition they played in game number 1. I'm expecting them to do well in game number 2.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it goes here. Team Secret with the adaptations from Game 2, challenging against RED Esports once again with the exact same draft. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2 for Team Secret going up against RED Esports on the blue side. And as of yet, you can see Bang getting harassed pretty hard in the exact same composition and starting point from Team Secret from game 1.
Yep, and that's what you want to see. You want to get those early, you want to be able to get those early battle spells out. Aim could have actually tried to commit with a Petrify of his own, but he understands that only once he hits level 2 is there any relevance. So look at that, forcing out mid lane, running up to the top side. They want to make sure that Neo doesn't stay in this 1v1 for too long, and maybe they can even zone out Rank QT from a bit of EXP, which they're about to do right now, and gets a kill for it! No way!
That is huge. huge. Mao, he thought about it, whether or not if he can actually go in for the kill, but it seems like it's just not worth risking with the flicker coming from him, knowing that he might not be a guaranteed kill. However, what's a guarantee here is harassments on aim, making sure that this Kadita doesn't get super out of control and get free position so far.
How do you die there as Yuzong? How do you die? Oh my goodness. I mean, King Salman, you gotta give him props. He was willing to actually go for this dive, and Neo, at least it was communicated well between the two, and it was caught at the right time when RenQT was still level 1. If he was level 2, it wouldn't have happened, but now the catch.
Now King Salman getting a little bit harassed, aim, looking for the push as well. Here comes the bounce back, and Box, he does have the decimation, and that is gonna be a kill in the hands of Team Secret. And we talked about poke. This is not poke. This is just one-shot burst with aim right now.
Yep, this is why I think that Team Secret wanted to play for this early game. When you see Martis, you expect Team Secret to be playing for this early game. And I think, at least with aim, he's very proactive on the map, utilizing his abilities well, getting these awkward trades and forcing RED Esports to take maybe utilize a resource like a battle spell, but most of the time it just results in them having to back off from the wave and losing a little bit of EXP.
Yep, and as of yet, Mao is going to get completely zoned out by Neo for now. Mao Box makes his engagement. RenQT now with the Black Dragon, but from the side, we do see aim without here, trying to one-shot Mao, and he's going to be bullied out. Feather S right here, going for the threshold, and RED Esports once again secures the turtle, but the engagement still continues. RenQT is going to get caught out by Beam, and the decimation from Box will kill him out.
Right, that's looking good. This is looking really, really good. Even though the turtle was already taken by RED Esports, Team Secret are slowly picking them up, and these small compounding pieces of gold is only going to stack up. And Team Secret, ideally by the 8th minute, should have at least a 2k gold lead, which they will transition in to try and get the Lord. But until then, it's all about playing this slowly. A quick lane. Oh wait, Dedo clearing up that bottom side of the map as quickly as possible, just to ensure that they might get some sneaky cheeses with aim hiding down in that bush.
Did MLBB actually spot out aim? He was so close to the bush. I don't think he sees him, and
I don't know.
Oh no, it's gonna be a risky aim. He's got the Petrify on top of it. Oh, it looks to be good, and he's gonna try. Ah, he misses the timing. MLBB a little bit too fast off, but at the same time, RED Esports, they will retaliate because they catch out Box, and he is gonna be completely shredded.
Box was trying to time his anti-CC with his Shura's Aura, but unfortunately a little too late. Aim actually getting hit here. Can Mao actually kill? Okay,
I don't think it's over. Like, Mao's crazy. If he goes for it, it's crazy. But gold plating is available. Aim out still there. Aim does have his Ocean's Breath available, so as of yet, he's gonna try and go towards Amao, and now here comes Trek coming in, but he's a little bit too tanky. The Petrify comes in. Amao, does he use the Appraiser's Wrap? No, he does not. So that's gonna be Team Secret getting a pick.
Really, really nicely done coming in from Aim. He purposely doesn't use his Petrify and saves it for the very last second, just in case we see not RenQT, but Amao try to hop over that wall, or dash over it, so he can cancel it early.
Oh no, RenQT is taking a bit too much damage, but nope, Box doesn't have the threshold to actually get the decimation, so that's going to be a disengage here. Team Secret a little bit better from game number 1. However, as soon as the Sade is Dato, he's going to get focused down, and bottom side, Mao will gladly trade his life for a marksman.
No, he gets executed there. They don't get any gold from that.
No, right? And now the turtle will be secure from Box here, while Amao will finish off Aim on the side. So there has been trades and skirmishes across the map, and now MLQT getting a pretty decent chunk of the gold plating down bottom.
Well, I think for the time being, RED Esports is just going to play this slow, right? They now have the gold lead back into their hands. They know for a fact that these neutral objectives are going to be really difficult for Team Secret to actually compete for, mainly because of their side lane pressure. And even with Neo, right, against Bang, Neo doesn't want to commit too hard. RenQT will continue to have the better engage tool.
Oh, this is so hard on Team Secret. While RED Esports, they've got double Purifies to actually deal with Ames' Petrify combo, and that's actually pretty huge considering that RED Esports, they're not giving away as much as I seem, because as soon as I say it, Aim, he is going to get focused down by RED Esports. No chance for the Rough Ways at all.
Yeah, the hardest part for Team Secret's comp is the conceal. Does Maul actually want to make this happen? He doesn't have his ult, so I don't see it happening at all.
It's a little bit risky. It's a little bit risky. Dito, however, Needs to set up for a kill. Stolen Feathered Ash coming from King Salman and zone in Mao. But here comes Mao with the re-engage. He do going for the catch. And Mao interjects with a two-man taunt. They take down both of them. And Box is here, but he doesn't have the damage. And now Red Esports, they have to run away because here comes Aim going for the one-shot. Rockways comes in with the Petrify, but they can't seem to kill him off. Box will get the double decimation. And can he get the triple? Yes, he will. And he will save the day for Team Secret.
Is this a bit much? I feel like Red Esports had an idea and they escalated it and eventually overextended.
Aim? Okay, it's fine.
He's fine. Without Bang without his ultimate is basically not going to be able to do too much. He's only level 8 as well, so he's not looking for that big one-shot. Oh, but if we're talking about overextensions, I think Red is falling into a really bad habit, right? They had a plan. They wanted to take the bottom tier 1. That should have been the bottom line. If they got a kill, that's great, but other than that, just back off. You don't need to force it.
Exactly, and now Mao, he's gonna try and make an attempt on Aim. Here comes a rough waste. He's getting threatened a little bit. Neo is still thinking if he wants to go in for the execution play, but it's just not worth it. And the turtle is going to be secured by Box, and the rest of RED Esports is a little bit too far off to engage in this.
The lane swaps have already happened. We see the marksman's up on the top side of the map, and we immediately see Aim rotating to that side to maybe get a pick while he has 10 seconds left on his cooldown for Petrify.
Yeah, and as of yet, lane swaps on the top side, like you said as well. Dato is expecting Aim to set up a play against MLQT again. The snipe's not going to connect. But MLQT, look at him. He's getting a little bit aggressive Aim. He's waiting for him to strike. He's waiting for it, but nope. Seems like he's not going to go for an attempt because he is going to get dived on by Mao. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see moments like this. Oh.
Where were the comms here? Where were the comms?
Oh my goodness. And now Team Secret, he just can't do anything. Do they want to fight? No, it's just not worth it. No Aim. And Dato has no choice but to concede the tier 1 up top, whereas the rest of RED Esports is here. But seems like Box needs to get out. He is going to be fine. He is going to be fine. Neo as well going to think about going away, but he is going to get taunted out by the Iron 4-Eye is going to get him out to safety.
Yep, and this is the thing. RED Esports look very comfortable with this 5v5 composition, but it's coming down to communication breakdown for Team Secret. Like, why is Aim, unless Aim heard the comms and decided to take the most dangerous path outside of the lane, then sure, that's on him. But I think this is a team failure here for the side of Secret. They might be able to still turn this around though. They need to clean up their communication, make sure that they understand, have the battlefield awareness about the movements from RED Esports, because they're moving as 5, if not a 1-for-4, where Red QT goes off by himself, while the rest of the 4 members are going to be sticking relatively close.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It is going to be tough. King Salman here, going to go in for a little bit of harassment against Mao. He is terrified, but guess what? They do force the retribution up on Aim Mao, and that is going to be a little bit slow coming in. Black Dragon also going to be expected to zone out Aim, but Team Secret, they need to get out, and they will. They just have the mobility, and they try to re-engage on the bottom side, but no, King Salman, he gets bursted down, and they're all in the middle of RED Esports, and they all completely get shut down by RED Esports and Team Secret. What were they thinking? Oh my goodness.
Yep, they made an attempt. Shows the value of the Purify. MelQT as well as Ben get to walk away for free despite the attempts coming out from Aim, and even for Neo. I mean, the angle looked good. The idea was there, but RED Esports, one battle spell is all it takes to win out these team fights.
Oh my goodness. RED Esports is absolute domination in game number 2. Team Secret fumbling with their plays, and so far it all comes down to whether or not Aim is able to set up that big wombo combo. But at this stage of the game, RED Esports is just so far ahead. But here's a little bit of fun fact as well. 7 million damage dealt since MPL MY Season 7. Mao has just secured it, and this time as a tank.
Yep, as a tank he managed to get over the finish line, but Amal, once again, harassing. The high ground defense might be a bit tough for the side of Team Secret. Wait a minute.
Oh, rough waste has been expected. Bang dropped down towards half HP. Still not in towards jeopardy yet. While Team Secret, they need to continue to find an opportunity. But RED Esports, all they gotta do is just cleanly close up this game. And MelQT 6-1-1 seems to be the guy to do it as of yet. It was Team Secret. Needs to find a way to catch him off guard, but the Black Dragon zoned them out. Team Secret needs to actually pick him off, and no, they cannot. He's out of the map, but Box will settle down with the back lines, and Redrin, he's gonna get completely chain CC. The tower help take the aggro, but now with the Tyrant's Rage from Mao to stop Neo, he is also gonna get traded off with Team Secret. just can't continue to extend the fight at all.
Yeah, they don't want to chase any further. Bang was in an off angle, ready to see if Team Secret would chase down MLQT and maybe pull them into a feathered airstrike, and that would have been terrible. Team Secret, honestly, great high ground defense. They only lost one inhibitor. That's a little sad, but hey, at least they're able to get one back and they're still in this game.
Oh, it's tough. It's so tough for them, but as of that, let's take a look at damage ranking as well. MLQT's got 29k, Bang's got 25k, King Salma's doing a fantastic job. But all in all, pay attention to how balanced Team Secret is. They are doing a decent amount of damage, but they can't seem to actually get a finisher, and that's a big problem for Team Secret right now.
I mean, their finisher is the Decimate coming in for Box, right? He's looking to take the low targets out down and chain them together. He's got a lot of peel to do so. Like AIM, at this stage of the game, right, he just got his Divine Glaive. He's not even opting to go for the Lightning Charger because there just isn't enough time.
Neo, he's gonna get completely bullied by MLQT. He needs to force away, but now AIM is gonna taunt his way through and is dead. He's not getting out at all. RED Esports just completely cut off all his exit entries.
Yep, can't do anything about that, but at least he's trying to make something happen on the map. Neo is still trying to cut waves, still trying to buy some extra time for Secret to actually get to the next item power spike.
Yep. Red now looking to go and chip away. They are pushing and shoving the waves for now. With 15 seconds left for this next Lord Pet, RED Esports is in perfect control to cut off Team Secret's lifeline. But pay attention to this. AIM going for a sneaky play. He's got a Divine Glaive, but is it enough to finish him off? He is going to try. The Rock Wings comes in. It is going to be half HP, but now RenQT, he's got the sustain to turn the tides, and now AIM, he needs to run for his life. The snipe comes in. The Black Dragon is running between his tails, while the rest of the team are getting harassed by Bang with the Feathered Airstrike, and now Team Secret, they're looking for the collapse, and they made the mistake! RED Esports, they have walked into a trap, and Team Secret takes 3 for absolutely nothing. Mao is left all by himself as a Kufra, and can he get out? King Salmon is looking for the chase, and they're thinking of killing him off, and yes, they will get the kill for Team Secret. What a recovery for Team Secret.
This is a fiesta. This is a fiesta for sure. RenQT trying to disrespect AIM, ends up dying, ends up getting punished here, and honestly, if Emal could just steal away this Lord, that would be hilarious.
Box, don't mess up your retribution this time. It's not a good time for Team Secret. But RED Esports, they hold on for their dear lives for now. Team Secret, they're bouncing back a little bit more, but it is going to be a little bit more difficult for RED Esports here. Same thing coming from game 1. Team Secret now finally has a little bit of a lead compared to before.
I mean, with the lead that they have, it's still not going to be enough to really settle this game. I don't know. The high ground defense coming out for RED Esports could be a potential point of a point where Team Secret could blunder once again, right? They need to kind of split up their resources, and more importantly, they need to get those waves synchronized so they can at least start taking the outer tier turrets.
Oh, it's tough. It is going to be tough, but as of yet, Bang, he does have the damage to actually threaten Dato, and as of yet, the snipes coming from Dato not connecting on MLQT. Feathered Airstrike being used to chip away the Lord, but Team Secret, or do they want to go for the dive? Concealed plays are coming in. AIM, he catches MLQT, but no! He won't be able to get out with the Purify here. AIM are going to be stranded all on his own as he gets picked apart. And Team Secret, they will get one. However, RenQT with a Black Dragon with absolutely no value for RED Esports needs to hold on for the team right now.
Okay, I wasn't expecting Emal to actually die there here, but MLQT just showing the power of that Purify against someone like a Khajiit. Just a well-timed Purify and you get to escape for free, but this could be an inhibitor for Team Secret.
Yep, and as of yet, looks like the collapse comes in. Oh no, the stun from Mao denies them, and now they need to back out, and now Team Secret makes the biggest mistake, and now RED is gonna turn the tides while they run for their dear lives. King Salman gonna terrify his way through, but Mao, he catches Team Secret, and they need to run and run and run away, and RED Esports, they won't push back.
Okay, we can say confidently that Kufra and Mal go hand in hand. He is comfortable on this hero. He is getting these great timings and cancels from the engagements of Team Secret.
Oh, once again, he's looking for the catch. Neo will barely dodge it as well. Here comes the Petrify. The Electro-Vital Bow will do a decent amount as he runs away and scurries away. And RED, they will have to forfeit the aggression that they have.
Oh, can they actually catch the Beatrix in the mid lane here? No. Dedo is going to be positioning on the opposite side to get as much space as possible, but they need to reset. Red Esports need to reset right now, rebuff themselves, and get ready for this upcoming Lord fight.
Oh boy, this is gonna be close, but as of yet, Team Secret, they're already setting things up for a potential gang. And pay attention to the sneaky little dude, man. Aim. Oh boy, does anyone gonna check this, you know?
I don't
out of curiosity, like we know, you know, from time to time again, this kind of happens, I guess.
Nope, I don't think anybody's gonna check him for the time being. More importantly, the wave is not in the right position to actually do so. With Red Esports, their biggest problem is like, oh, bottom side is actually stacking up really big here, so we gotta clear that up first before we even start thinking about top side.
Well, speaking of which, with the Lord now being in jeopardy, Mao is gonna try to set things up, but he is gonna get checked here as Mao will scout things out. So no potential one-shot capabilities coming from AIM. RED Esports, however, still waiting this out as well. Conceal plays from AIM. He does force the rough waves, and the snipes coming from AIM. It does connect on Bang here, so Bang needs to go in for the reset. So they are going to try and collapse Mao. Going to be isolated with Dado, focusing the auto attack, but he is going to flicker out the safety. Red QT also pretty low here, while Team Secret looking to engage. Amao left alone, and now Team Secret full-on aggression. They go in for the fight. Neo is going to try and zone him out, but the Lord down towards 10%. They need to kill off Amao. He's still very, very strong, but the Lord will be resetted. That means all aggression from Team Secret will be considered. Oh, no, it will be secured down. All right, okay.
All right, they got what they wanted. Team Secret's out. But at this point, the gold lead doesn't really matter as both sides, the carries are already at full build and only situational items. Well, I think at the end of the day, it's going to be great for AIM in particular. He is playing a support and he's not getting that much gold. But eventually, he's going to come to a point where he's going to start hurting. And I mean, look at that. Look at the items that AIM has right now. He's pretty much full build. He has been trying to get as many assists as possible, and it's really helping him out.
Yeah, this is tough. This is gonna be a little bit difficult here, but let's go to the items real quick here.
Doja.
Oh, that is huge, but as of yet, the collapse comes in. Feathered Astra coming from Bang will zone off Team Secret a little bit. Black Dragon being expected from Red QT to zone them out, but Team Secret, they have the damage. They are gonna focus on inhibitors, but guess what? Amao is dropping pretty low. Red QT as well, but they can't seem to get it one shot, but the Petrify connects on two, but it's not gonna be enough as AIM gets completely shut down before the rough waves actually pop.
A good timing coming in from Amal to cancel that out with his taunt, as well as Mao, just for double affirmation that their teammates are safe. And Bang as well as Mel QT get to keep their Purify for free. And now Team Secret are on an awkward position, right? How do they actually crack open this base and walk into it? Because neutral objectives are so hard to deal with, but with a missing mid inhibitor, that could pose a threat for Red Esports.
Oh, almost gunning the connection, but it seems like the Ashura will keep Box out to safety. But with 90 seconds left, it seems like it is all about punishing those mistakes now. And currently, so far, Mao is on crack right now from RED Esports. He's been hitting some really, really big catches so far.
Yeah, he's very comfortable on this hero. And even Amal, he's trying his best to actually also supplement Mao, either following it up or covering the rest of his teammates, because AIM poses that much of a threat. If they get too low, that does mean that Deto can walk up and actually utilize a full Nibiru's Passion. They can go into Bandit's Rage as well. We've seen it happen multiple times already, so RED Esports are very wary of these combos.
Yeah, on top of that, Weapon Master up on Beatrix means he is gonna hit even harder than before, especially when now it's this late into the game. And AIM, once again, looking for the big setup here. They do find out information from the bottom side, and RED Esports is nowhere near across the river line yet. Whereas Team Secret, do they potentially go for a red again? Unless Mel QT. Oh, nope. They do scout out where Team Secret is. Okay, looks like it is going to be back to the drawing board from both sides.
Really good use of the Magic Sentry there coming in from RED Esports. They understand that at least they're doing it before the 20-second mark for the Lord upcoming. Man, my nose is dying right now. Is it going to rain outside or something? My nose is super sensitive to this kind of stuff, and it looks like it is, but I don't know whether the rain is going to fall on Team Secret just yet as RED Esports look to take that river control on top side.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit difficult to do so, because as of yet, the rain might fall anytime soon. And in this case, well, who's going to be the ones getting the umbrella? Because the flood coming from AIM is going to completely one-shot RED Esports, and currently, it's going to be difficult. Lord going to be completely swinging his scythe onto its aim out as of yet. and they try to bait out a couple of engagements here. Neo thinking about cutting the creep waves, and they're ignoring him here. But Mao can't seem to find A, but no, the conceal plays from behind. They can't stop Red QT. No Black Dragon, and now the counter conceal from Red Esports, but Mao, he gets stranded, and Neo is trying to cancel off Mel QT. Here comes a blazing duet and the winds of nature. Can they change the CC? No, they cannot. Dato gets picked off. The Abrasives Wrap on top to secure the kill, and Mel QT is gonna survive, and Red Esports, they turn the tides against Team Secret, but the Lord will be secured by Team Secret.
Yes, they get to back away for this 2-for-1 trade in favor of Red Esports. They might get more here.
Oh my goodness, Aim now forced to use the rough waves. He is gonna get out to safety, while Mel QT is gonna try and threaten Neo as much as he can. The minions are pushing in towards the middle turret. Red Esports, they need to break through this inhibitor, and as you can see, Neo is trying his best to clear the minions, but he's getting chain CC'd, and he will bleed out of immortality. The Lord finally comes in, but they take down Neo, and now Team Secret, they've got to throw bodies for this 2v4, and Red Esports, they've got immortalities for days. Aim, he doesn't have the rough waves, but the Lord is buying so much time for Team Secret. It's not gonna be enough, but Aim, he gets caught by Mao, and now they focus down on the crystal, and Red Esports is thinking of closing the game, and they will close 2-0 against Team Secret.
Hey, Mel QT, he's happy about that game. He was playing a solid claw, but bang, you can definitely see the stress on his face. A couple of aggressive plays might actually get him punished or killed at the end of the day, but overall, solid game coming in from Red. It always comes down to the wire with this team.
Oh boy, what a game coming from Red Esports. A very, very convincing 2-0. A beautiful performance coming from Mao on his Cupra. 2 games in a row. And I'm looking forward to see what they have to say very, very shortly as we jump into his interview with Rose in a bit. But as of yet, GG well played for Red Esports. But Team Secret is back to the drawing board for them.
Yep, it's definitely back to the drawing board for them. I think they just need more time. I mean, they have the mechanics and they have the right ideas, but the question is, it feels like they're just not used to making a solid call.
Yeah, it's just so very, very difficult. But we do see a lot of improvements coming from Team Secret, and hopefully with their upcoming matches here, especially this week, it is going to improve even further. But aside from that, as of now, Red Esports, they will get the 2-0 and they will pull up the win. But as of now, we're going to take it into this interview with Rose up on stage as we take it to her. Rose, take it away.
Dan itu dia kemenangan kedua untuk Red Esports. Okay, so I nak tanya Sora. Tadi kita nampak game pertama dengan game kedua, you draft exactly the same. Tak ada satu hero pun yang tukar. Why is that so?
Disebabkan itu hero meta sekarang, so saya utilize betul-betul lah. Disebabkan itu hero meta sekarang, saya utilize betul. Saya pun pelik kenapa Team Secret tak ban. Lagi boleh pakai, saya pakai lah.
So it's like, don't fix what ain't broke.
Yeah.
Okay, I nak tanya lagi. As we can see, kita dah boleh nampak dah Red Esports momentum. You know, last week 2-0. This week 2-0. Is this the start of something good for Red Esports musim ini?
So I hope macam tu, sebab kita orang pun baru recover week first, dan bersyukur sebab week 2 kita orang dapat momentum balik dan sambung ke week 3. So saya harap diorang pun tak adalah selesa sangat, diorang boleh keep improve. Dan saya sendiri pun boleh keep improve. Tu harapan saya lah untuk next week dan akan datang.
I see. Okay, jap. One more thing. You nak cakap apa tak dekat orang yang datang untuk sokong Red Esports today?
So, thank you fans dan supporter Red Esports sejak beberapa season yang lepas. Kita orang harap kita dapat buktikan yang kita orang pun dapat bersaing dekat top group, dan kita orang memang target untuk at least top 3 ataupun champion lah untuk season ni. Harap korang still support dan korang still percaya.
Okay. Adakah korang sudah ready untuk MVP of the match? Louder! Okay. Countdown with me tau. 3, 2, 1. MVP of the match is Mel QT! Mel QT, come here. Minggu lepas, kita nampak Mel QT MVP. Minggu ni, Mel QT MVP juga. Mel, what's going on? Apa ni?
Luck kot, luck.
Luck?
Sebab itulah luck lah.
Lah.
Saya tak jago pun.
Okay, so next game adakah Mel QT akan jadi MVP sekali lagi? Rasa luck tu ada lagi tak?
Kalau tak ban memang MVP lah.
Oh, okay guys. So, I think Mel QT nak cakap for the next team yang dorang akan jumpa, ban Claude.
Betul.
Betul, oi. Betul. Okay, next team, ban Claude. Okay guys, so now masa untuk kita invite lucky fan ke atas stage. Mana Amira? Amira, hi, come here. Dia macam malu. Thank you. Here you go. Hello.
Hi.
Okay. Yeah, happy.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
Oh, so excited. It's okay. They're feeling excited too. Okay. So, you nak tanya apa-apa ke dekat RED Esports?
Nak tanya band yang main Farsa tadi.
Okay, silakan.
So, time first match tu, macam mana band boleh KS Lord dan boleh menang lawan Red Esports sedangkan bots pakai Emblem Jungle?
Sebenarnya saya ada latihan sendiri. Ada latihan tersendiri. Tak payah pakai dia pun boleh KS slot.
I like that. I like that. Alright. Thank you very much. So I'm gonna move to the side bagi dorang peluang untuk ambil gambar. Closer boys, but not too close. Alright everybody, kalau korang nak saksikan game yang panas-panas macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. And kalau korang yang satu lucky audience untuk naik pentas MPL, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Alright, thank you Amira and thank you RED Esports. Guys, cheers sekali lagi. Alright, congratulations to RED Esports. Game tu korang rasa fun tak? Hah? Tak fun? Okay guys, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk dengar apa analisis dorang pasal game ini. Okay guys, so casters take it away.
Thanks, Rose. And a great interview coming up from the boys of Red. They're a little shy, but they definitely have personality to show. And obviously, Beng has some training. He used to be part of the Homeboys, and I know their minimum requirement is no matter what hero or what role you pick, you have to steal a Lord.
Yo, that's pretty much their KPI for Homeboys. So many seasons, right? That's
It's
pretty much
so true.
Homeboys true. But you know what? Melqt, he looks a little bit more confident now. He does have a very, very shy personality, but I like how he's calling out to every single team out right there. If you face against RED Esports, if you don't respect his Claude, he is going to be the MVP. And like Rose said as well, last week he was the MVP, this week as well. Seems like he is going to be an up-and-coming rising star on the side of RED Esports.
Yep, he's looking like he's really confident on this Claude. His mechanics are on point. Even when it comes down to full combinations with Petrify, his Purify timings have been on fleek as well. So keep in mind, ban out that Claude if you're going up against RED Esports.
Well, that's the call out coming in from RED Esports. But now, let's talk a little bit more on the dissection here, because interesting enough, Sora did mention that the heroes that they pick are the current metas as of yet, even though there has been a slight nerf onto his Frederick, but majority of heroes wasn't really affected from the pool. Could we say that that is the standard hero for every single team that is going to be picking here?
I think the only one that was slightly off was the Kufra, because Kufra is going to be a situational meta pick at the end of the day. The meta is going to be 3 tanks and 2 types of carries, whether it's magic damage or attack damage. Usually it's mid lane and as well as gold lane. That's generally the rough idea that you need to know for upcoming, upcoming games in the future. Unless, I don't know, here's the thing, the patch is kind of strange. It's not really going to change too much, but I don't know if there's going to be any hot fixes, and if those hot fixes add a little bit here, a little bit there, things could spice things up or change.
I want to see how, when is this hot fix going to be coming here? Probably in a week or two, maybe even just before playoffs as well. That's something that is always baffled us here in MPL. It's so unpredictable, and you got to be hot on your feet as quickly as you can. But in this case here, I feel like based on what we've seen so far from RED Esports, they played very, very standard here. Team Secret, they played 2 completely different strategies in the game. Both very, very good ideas, but execution-wise was a very, very big problem. So when it comes to the highlights here, I want to see about how the games actually went, because even with the Filipino imports coming from Team Secret, they can't exactly secure the points it feels like, what do they need to fix on coming from Team Secret?
I think a lot of it comes down to just working as a team. It feels like the chemistry isn't there just yet. There's a lot of disconnect and there's a lot of like individual or duos happening in the plays. It's not a team effort. That's what I'm trying to look for in Team Secret, but unfortunately it's just not the case. And I think RED Esports, that's where we see the big difference, right? If they're doing something as a team. Whenever they try individual plays, yes, it creates openings. And yes, these skirmishes look good, but without the entire team moving at the same time, that's when we see teams like RED Esports give away free games or free fights even. So it's something to keep in mind.
Yep, that is going to be something that probably Team Secret may need to fix as well alongside with RED Esports. But what I do know now is RED Esports, they do have Team 2-0 and they are on a very, very good momentum from last week. But now, based on the items here, let's take a look at MLQT here. This time, no Endless Battle, but the Wind Talker. A little bit of a difference in change here. What are your thoughts on this?
I think this time it's a little bit more understandable. There's not a lot of tanks he actually has to deal with, and he's going to get a lot more value at just clearing up the wave so he can actually compete against people like Beatrix who can instantly clear waves, committing to one of those ultimates. And also, if he happens to see Benedetta as well, it just helps him clear these waves, force priorities, and stick as 5 with his team.
Yeah, I mean, based on items here come from Neo here, he didn't actually go for the Festival of the Blood, and he actually opted to go for the Sky Garden helmet to actually try and sustain his lane a little bit more. But every single time he tries to do something across the map, RED Esports has pretty much cut him on every single turn. And it's a little bit of a problem if you think about it, because I was expecting Neo to do more coming from Team Secret.
I mean, he tried his best. That's all I can really say here. I can't fault any one of the individual players coming out from the side of Team Secret. It's clear that everybody isn't on the exact same page. They have a rough idea of what the plan is for the game, but when it comes down to these moment-to-moment plays, they aren't together. There's definitely some sort of disconnect that they have to work on later in the weeks. And I think, unbending Will into pretty much full tank and 1 Hunter Strike is more than enough for someone like Benedetta.
They pay attention to RED Esports items here. They've got 4 Athena shields from 4 players just to deal with AIM's potential kill threshold. So it just shows you how AIM was able to bring so much impact to the game. So I wouldn't be surprised his damage. Okay, makes a lot of sense. He's got 65,000 damage just from Team Secret. He's more than King Salman right now.
Yep, don't even need to interject. His stats speak for itself. And unfortunately for Team Secret, I like the idea. I like the idea with the Kadita, right? I like the idea that, AIM is trying to be as annoying as possible, and considering the early game, how good it was looking for Box, play off of it. Have 2 side laners who can force priority so they can make team plays together. It's just that the team wasn't playing as 5. They were probably playing 2v2s, 3v3s, when they should be making sure that RED Esports feel like every play they make, they have to feel, oh wait, why are they here first? Why are they in my jungle? Why are there more people every single time?
Yeah, they have to have a little bit more of a macro play, right? Like, it makes a lot of sense here, especially when Team Secret, some of the players has very, very clear instincts and very, very good experience, but they haven't been able to tally up yet. RED Esports, on the other hand, they have been able to find individual plays, especially for MLQT in both games in particular. His Cloud has been getting a lot of value with auto attacks, which logically should not be possible. So I'm looking forward to seeing what more comes here. But as of now, this is going to be the overall stats between both these games. And based on the predictions here, is there anything odd here? Because it seems like both sides, based on the predictions, Team Secret should have won a majority of it just based on the composition predictions.
Well, I mean, if we're looking at specifically Team Secret, I mean, if it ever gets to that ultra late game in game number 1, obviously that would have been a very different story here, but unfortunately it didn't reach that point. And it's very odd, right? 21 minutes into the game time of 21 and 15 seconds, you would have expected them to actually make enough gold to do just that, but that's just not the case, right? RED Esports, as 5, they're able to force, and they also set the tempo each and every time. Whether it's game 1 or game number 2, that's why RED Esports has that overall advantage. They're able to control the timings of when they want to look for those engages, and opportunities that present themselves, they move as 5 to punish.
Yeah, and on top of it all, based on the prediction here, it still seems a little bit 50-50 on both sides here, but of course RED Esports has a little bit of upper edge from the second games of the draft, so I would say it's pretty accurate here, considering how games are went. But let's take a look at the MVP is. It is going to be MLQT once again for 2 games in a row with 827 KDA on his Claude. He is going to be the guy to be watching out for, and whenever he faces up against RED Esports, you gotta think about banning off his Claude.
Yep, he's got really great situational awareness, and more importantly, he has fast fingers, man. His Purifies have been on a point this entire game. It's really tough to catch him off guard unless you instantly, or maybe even have faster fingers than the man, the myth, the legend, Mel QT himself.
Well, this is where things, MPL is all about creating history and legends, and where this is the moment for him to shine here for Season 11. But can he do so with RED Esports is going to be the question, because we have made a lot of history so far here for Malaysia, and he could be a part of it in these upcoming matches.
I still think, he's a relatively young player, right? Age of 22. This is the first time we're actually getting to see him at an MPL level. Whether or not he's going to rise above the greats that we've seen so far is yet to be answered. Again, when it's playoffs, that's when we're really going to see whether or not he can actually withstand that sort of competitive pressure.
Yeah, exactly. And when it, just a little bit of a throwback for you guys here, for those of you guys who've pretty much been towards MPL playoffs, right? Every single time playoffs comes in, the stage will shake. Earthquake is about to happen here in Malaysia. But nevertheless, here, in case you missed out on game number 2, this is going to be the highlights on how things went down between both of the teams here. Team Secret, they had a very, very early engagement for game number 2. Much more cleaner from how game 1 went. RED Esports, they were able to try and capitalize on this situation and actually bounce back from this place.
Personally, I think that Team Secret, they understood what they wanted to do, or at least AIM understood what he wanted to do for the earlier stages of the game, and I think they played it well, or as good as it could get. I do think the mid-game is where Team Secret kind of we're trying to figure out where the holes in RED Esports was, so I can't really blame them, but the late stage is where I'm most surprised, right? I would have expected Team Secret to be looking for opportunities to actually abuse the fact that they cracked open the mid inhibitor, which we see right here, or at least make some sort of play. But RED Esports, just as hungry to win this game as Team Secret is, they need those points so desperately that they're willing to chase them down the lanes.
Yeah, this was a big clutch as well. Just before this play-in, where Team Secret, they should have won that game, Mao was able to get 2-man counter stun against both of the CC, which is pretty much Box as well as Neo, and because of that, pretty much won them the fight from RED Esports. And to my surprise, things should not have gotten this late for RED Esports, but Team Secret still somehow dropped the ball in this game.
Oh, a lot of it just comes down to the draft here. I think Team Secret missed their timings, and with Purifies on their side, it's really tough to make these plays. Unfortunately for Team Secret, they're still at the bottom of the standings so far, but it's great for RED Esports, who shoot back up. That 2-0 has put them in position to be in 3rd place, putting themselves above Todak.
Wow, it is going to be very, very close once again for Season 11. All the teams here are fighting for the number 1 and number 2 spots, but as of Madness Esports and Team Secret, they are pulling away down below, risking being eliminated from the playoffs, and that is very concerning. And based on this scoreboard, I'm really surprised Team Hawk is all the way at the bottom. I was expecting a little bit more, but of course, it is still the early of week number 3. This can change over time in these few more matches and days to come.
Look, at least Team Hawk is still getting some points. They still have 4 points under their belt. They managed to win a game, and even when they lost, they were still able to scrape up a few points to keep them just above the water. And I don't know, overall, the competition is looking really, really tough here, and especially for Lunatix, this is a really good opportunity for Lunatix to actually shoot up in the standings, but they've got the biggest problem to face in Todak.
Yeah, that is going to be a big, big problem for them. But of course, as things progress as well, Homeboys and Team SMG still going to be at the top of the seedings for now. But all things considered, anything can happen. The teams at the bottom can affect the standings on the top, especially when it comes to the matches to come. Especially, when we're talking about Team Secret, could we see a potential upset when they face off against SMG?
There's a good chance there. There's a really, really good chance. But then it really depends. I feel like the team
needs time.
They need time. I'm not sure how much time. It could be a day. It could be an entire week. It's really, really tough to say. And I think we only have to speculate until that point. But for the time being, right, I think even for Team SMG, they're the more consistent team. They've always been the most consistent team, to be honest. But
fair enough.
If we're talking about people who aren't as consistent, a bit of a flip, a bit of a flop, we have to talk about Todak in our second match up against the Lunatix.
Oh, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting match as well, because Lunatix, they are going to be looking to try and jeopardize Todak's position or chance at the top fight for the top here. Todak so far has been in the hot seat so far as one of the representatives from Malaysia, arguably one of the strongest from Malaysia for so many years and seasons, and also world M4, 4M, series on the line as well. So I'm a little bit worried for Todak, and this is my first time seeing them this shaky throughout the regular season. And hopefully they will be able to bounce back and secure themselves at the top, I guess.
It's typical Todak here. I think the only person who's really going to make Todak sway is going to be Joe. And again, I mean, they've already been taunting each other for so long. Whether or not it's going to keep on going for this upcoming matchup is a whole different story. But so far, the Lunatix are looking good, at least for the earlier stages.
Yep. The question is, who's Chico?
I don't know, man. He could be anybody. I can't even commit to the joke. The joke is so overdone at this point. My God. But we'll see what their statements are going to be at the very end of this match. Now, guys, just to let you know, we are taking a little bit of a longer break so that our Muslim friends can actually break out of fast. With that being said, this is MPL MY Season 11. We'll see you right after this break.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel. Huh.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Stop.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel. Huh.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. What I feel. Feels what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
And we're already back here at the MPL MY Season 11 with a very hot game at our hands. My name is Getting Q, this is IcyBaby12 to make sure that you guys have some commentary for the rest of the day and more importantly, some hot words being exchanged from both of these teams.
Well, speaking of hot words here, I hope you guys enjoyed your meal because this is going to be something spicy for you guys here because interesting enough, we had Lunatix last week calling some shades here. Who is Chico? He's falling on the trend on Hito so far. What are your thoughts of that? Is Chico going to be, responding to this?
Look, I don't know whether Chico is going to respond to not. The last time he responded to anything, he passed it over to Flint to have the final say. So who knows? We'll see how this match is going to play out. But keep in mind that these players are going to be at each other's throats. Jom especially, fun fact about him, apparently he's one of the few gold laners that can make someone like Kelra sweat in lane.
Well, there has been a lot of talks as well, whether or not can he lane up against Chico, who's arguably been inconsistent as well, because we have saw a couple of teasers in between an early start of the day as well, where Chico has been showing that he is a little bit shaky, but he was able to produce some sort of results over the years, which is interesting as well, because in the minds of a genius, who could understand them?
Well, I mean, that kind of depends on how you look at it, right? Whether it be a laning, whether it be around team fights, there's always an idea, but he plays with the team, and I think that's the most important thing, right? We're seeing less and less players try to go for these individual plays, and every time they do without support, it usually doesn't go too well for them.
Yep, and speaking of which, this upcoming match is going to be extremely exciting here, because when it comes to Mockery so far Todak has defended against Hito. This time, is it going to be the same? Because Lunatix is looking to actually demonstrate and prove themselves that they are no strangers to the MPL scene. Can they do it? That's going to be something that I'm looking forward to see as well. Jom, like you said as well, also a very strong gold laner, and today's talk has always been talking about who is the best exceptional, I would say, sorry, let me rephrase that. The golden laner of MPL Malaysia.
Attaboy, there we go. That's what we were looking for. And I think, you know, in terms of the golden laner in this meta is definitely going to be important. However, for Lunatix, it's going to be a proving ground, right? The past 2 weeks, they've won their matches, but for this week alone, they have to face 2 MPL giants in the scene, one being in Todak, and then later on in the week, you'll get to know who they're going to be playing against. But for the most part of it, Jom has been a big push forward for them. I am a little concerned though, because we do see Fenrir not making plays of his own, but then again, you know, maybe he's adjusting to the team, maybe he doesn't want to be the first one to make the mistake.
Yeah, it's all about adapting, right? We've seen a lot of integration of flavors and style between the regions itself, but so far, from Team Secret, it was a little bit shaky, but hopefully it's going to get a little bit better. But before that, let's take a look at this video for you guys we have installed for you guys.
Terdapat ramai gol laner yang hebat di MPL Malaysia season ke-11. Kita mungkin tidak tahu siapa yang paling kuat, tetapi kita pasti tahu siapa yang paling ikonik.
I don't know who is Chiku.
Chiku ataupun Chiku Guys adalah salah seorang player MLBB Malaysia yang paling terkenal dengan banyak pencapaian.
And this is Chiku.
Walaupun bukan player yang paling konsisten, kecemerlangannya dalam mencari kill tidak boleh dinafikan. Bolehkah Chiku menewaskan satu lagi player Filipina yang tidak diketahui kemahirannya?
Joa, what do you want to say to Todak?
Who is Chiku?
Ataupun Jom akan menunjukkan dia adalah marksman yang lebih padu daripada Chiku Guys. Jadi gol laner manakah yang akan carry pasukan mereka? Jom kita saksikan. Ini gaya kita. #revolusi.
Dan itu dia match teaser for our final game of the day. Who is the best gold laner in Malaysia? Who is the best gold laner, guys? Chiku? Okay guys, so kita tengok match teaser tu. And hello everybody, my name is Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. So, ini adalah last match kita untuk hari ini. Stadium Juara! Are you guys ready? Okay, and with that, jom kita ajak kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Let's go, welcome them.
Todak!
The team that already started to pump up their gameplay. Hold on! Todak is coming up with a completely different lineup this time around. Chiku Guys dan juga Rival tidak diturunkan pemain hari ini. But instead, we have Lunatix dan juga Malik for making their first appearance as an MPL Malaysia. Apakah rancangan Todak untuk match kali ini? Inilah masanya untuk kita saksikan kemampuan pemain-pemain import mereka.
Team Lunatix.
Dengan masa yang menyebelahi mereka, kini kemampuan sebenar mereka akan diuji. Membawa line-up yang sama, kali ini mereka akan berdepan dengan pasukan Gergasi MPL Malaysia. As Todak lineup is entirely different this time, how will Team Lunatix react to this? How prepared are they for this? We leave it to them to show what they can do. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Todak, we have Coach Behave, once again with analyst Ajib on his side. While from the side of Team Lunatix, Coach Nasty Paolo is here with analyst Amir. Let us continue for the fist bump, showing our sportsmanship and professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggan, lawan di medan perang. And now, while both teams are taking their seats, let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Yitza dan Haikal. Thank you for your hard work. And now that the two teams are ready, before we start, sekejap, I want to invite the two coaches, Coach Behave and Coach Paulo. Please come here. Okay, I want to ask the coaches a question. Okay, we got a mic here. Okay, we'll start with Coach Behave. They are always asking, who is Chiku? But coach, this time, where is Chiku?
Chico is scared of Joe.
Oh, Chiku is scared of Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, coach sendiri ngaku. Okay, so thank you, Coach Pao. So let me ask, Chiku is scared of Joe. Chiku is not playing this time around. Will it make it easier for Lunatix to get a score?
I think no. It's just the same.
I see. So guys, who do you think is gonna win this game? All right, thank you, coaches. You may head on back. Okay. Still friends. Okay, guys, I'm ready. Aida, I'm so excited to see how Logic will play against Joe. Are you guys ready? Lagi kuat, Stadium Juara. Are you ready? And jom kita masuk ke last match kita hari ini. Teams, this is your moment. Game on. Macam mana nak buat hot ni?
Where is Chiku? And how in the world is Rose going to make those heart-shaped love signs with her fingers? Too many questions to answer here. Only when we get into the Land of Dawn will we get them.
Now, I'm a little bit concerned as well, coming in from Coach Behave, for him to say Chiku is scared of Jom. So it's clear to say that Jom has made a statement in the Philippines, and now here he's making a statement from the side of Team Lunatix. So I'm curious to see whether or not, whether Todak is able to actually beat them, because they are bringing in Malik as well as Lotric to actually join in the roster for Todak this time.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how the Filipinos are going to integrate with the rest of the team, especially against someone like Jom, and more importantly, the rest of the Lunatix lineup who've been looking good so far, but let's see whether or not one of these teams are going to have to show some cracks here.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one as well, because they do have a little bit more familiarity playing in their region. So this is going to be the mixed Malaysia versus Filipino action up on screen. So now, based on the ranking average GPM so far on screen, Jom is currently having one of the highest average GPM throughout all the games they've played so far.
Wow, an average GPM of 828. I would have expected the averages to look, anywhere between second and fourth place, around 750-ish, but man, 828. That's some outstanding numbers. That means he gets an item every 3 minutes.
Yeah, and as of yet, based on this itself here, it feels like, of course, Lunatix, they pretty much played 2 games out of 2 weeks, right? So this standing can change over time, and only if Lunatix comes out on top of the 2-0 with Todak. So Jom's got a lot of, to defend on this title here based on the rankings itself.
Look, he's trying to get some respect on his name here. I think a lot of people are curious to see whether or not, the Filipino imports are going to make that difference to get us to that next level during the international tournament. So again, it's a lot of testing that's going on. It's a lot of trial and error. This is going to be the best way, the trial by fire in this best of 3.
Yeah, what a way to actually start things off as well, especially when it's against Todak, right? Who better to actually test it out against to be the potential golden leader of MPL MY. And currently, Jom was looking forward to a match against Chiku, guys. But this time, guys, he's not playing. So Todak, will they be able to actually deliver the results that we expect of Todak, especially when they're so close of being pushed down, further down in the standings for the fight for the top 2.
Yeah, and we're already halfway through the season as well. So again, these points are going to be extremely crucial. But let's talk about some of the matchups that we're expected to see. It's going to be Nova X Kobar up against Yums here. And overall, Nova X Kobar is young. Yums even younger and has accomplishments under his belt. So I think it would be a good statement piece if he could just outplay him somehow.
Yeah. in terms of debuting themselves as very, very strong roamers back in the days for MPL, right? Yums has had a flawless record with Todak, whereas Nova, he has jumped in multiple teams here. He may have the experience internationally, but so far he has been shaky at best. But I'm looking forward to see what kind of composition he has brought to the table, because if you think about it, he's one of the very few that brought in Edith in the previous MPL seasons when Edith wasn't really a meta. Currently, Edith is kind of shaking in the pops here and there. There are rumors that it is going to be a potential strong hero pickup. I'm looking forward to see whether or not will they bring it in this game to test it out against Todak.
There's a good possibility that it could be whipped out, but I don't know. With Todak, they might even, go above and beyond in terms of like strange picks. You never really know with them. You never really know. They might have gotten brainwashed Lotric and Malik into that Todak lifestyle, whip out some crazy picks.
Layla, yay or nay? Okay, think about it here. Todak, they have, done Red Esports dirty with the Layla and Mio in the previous season, right?
Fair.
And Layla has been buffed in the recent patch a couple of days ago. Possibility?
I definitely think it's a possibility, but I definitely would prefer to see Leslie more than I'm excited to see Layla per se. That's where my money's at. I'm guessing Leslie, if anything, going into the gold lane, but let's see how meta it's going to be. That's interesting. Lunatix actually banning out the Grok first phase.
Oh, this is something that Todak really likes to bring to the table, right? Especially when nobody actually played Grok XP or even Grok gold laner. Todak actually brought to the table to face off against SMG, which didn't exactly turn out the way they kind of expected. So I assume Lunatix is banning it off based on Todak's preferred comfort picks instead of the meta picks.
I suppose, but then again, it's going to be Malik in the jungle as well as Lotric in the gold lane as well. I don't know what kind of dynamics I'm expecting here. Moon, overall, he's had some hot days in his career, but nowadays people are kind of doubting his position in the mid lane. So again, we know how important the mid as well as the roamer have to work in tandem to make anything happen across the map. So maybe there could be that disconnect. So that's why Lunatix are taking away these potential quote-unquote support picks.
Yeah, speaking of the doubt here, let's clear the doubt a little bit, right? I think previous season as well, during the days ago, Moon actually had a conversation with Rafael. He did brought up that he was a little bit afraid of players like Stormy as well, who are rising up in the challenge in terms of mage department. Him, arguably known to be the king of mages for Malaysia, has been a little bit worried himself. So this might be a proving ground for him to actually demonstrate that he still got it, I guess.
Nah, it's just scrims. It's just another day in the office for these players. And I think, obviously we want to be able to label Moon as the king of mages, as he's always been able to prove himself. But then again, he has taken a bit of a, back foot in the mid lane, allowing other players to kind of take the role. Flint, for an example, has been looking outstanding throughout the season so far. And in terms of bans here, nothing too out of the ordinary, other than the Grokken as well as the Claude ban for the side of Todak. Valentina to open up this draft for the blue side.
Now I'm curious as well, will Todak actually respond with the Farsa? We've seen players and teams kind of ignoring the fact that, hey, it's a Valentina, I can steal it, it's okay. Farsa, it's still a great hero here. You've got position, you've got mobility, you can still burst them down quickly. So will Moon be picking this up or not? Because as of yet, they will secure the glue for who's going to be playing this?
Formaze.
Formaze? Okay, yep. Formaze is going to be playing the glue. And
you were thinking that Yums was going to pick it up, weren't you?
I was hoping, though.
Look,
I'm a big fan of a roam glue.
You gotta stop it. You gotta wait until the very end of the draft here. We can speculate all we want, but until it is locked in and we see it in the Land of Dawn, that's when I'm going to
Benedetta, maybe for Formaze. After what SMG did him dirty with the Benedetta from Smooth.
Then again, it is Smooth.
That's Smooth, right? This is Formaze. He was known as the king of Benedetta back in the days.
That's true. I mean,
so that's why I'm just putting it there.
All right. Let's keep that in mind for the upcoming draft, right? I don't think it's gonna. Oh wait, never mind. It looks like it's gonna be Fanny as well as Benedetta. I wanted to bring up the fact that Fanny usually gets banned out within the first phase, but the fact that Lunatix are going to have access to it, this is gonna be a big showing. The early game should fall into the hands of the Lunatix for sure.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very, very difficult spot for Todak here. Do they actually force the Kufa right here, right now for Yums? He's got the capabilities to actually play it. Yes, they will respond. I was expecting something else, but of course, it is going to be a no-brainer, and it's surprising that Todak, they are being respectful of this. I was expecting them, to try and go super freaky, super crazy, but based on this roster, this is not the all-star lineup that we are used to seeing from Todak.
No, it definitely isn't the all-star lineup, but I think, you know, the lineup has its perks. I'm just curious to see how Lotric is, as well as Malik, honestly. I've seen Malik streams. It looks like he's got the mechanics, but then again, professional play and just pub stomping are two separate things.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from as well, but I was hoping a Paquito is going to be coming into play as well, especially when the patch comes in. Once upon a time, Fanny matchup, yep, instant Paquito lock in the jungle. This time with the Frederick, it pretty much not going to be seeing the Paquito coming from Todak, but Lunatix has a little bit more room to work with, because as of yet, I feel like the Kufra is it enough to just stop the Fanny? I think it's enough, right?
Yeah, I mean,
technically for now.
I mean, there's double the value, right? It's not just the Fanny that the Kufra is trying to stop. You can also stop pretty much any dashes. The Valentina and more importantly, the Benedetta do generally struggle once they don't have the abilities. For an example, Eye for an Eye. If you don't have the Eye for an Eye, he's basically a brick wall. Now we're seeing the Brody get banned out here, and I'm very curious about Todak banning out the Atlas. I feel like they have more information than we actually have at hand.
Okay. I guess if you put it this way, right? Like, they have a Kufra, they have a Glue, they have a Frederick. These are really close quarter combat melee types of heroes where they engage. It's hard to actually separate or get out. So I guess the Atlas can actually heavily punish this composition, if you put it that way. But I'm more curious to see what Lunatix is going to be bringing to the table, because if you think about it, what's a good matchup that can deal with these triple tanky compositions? Carry, still in the pool. So do they want to take the carry?
I think carry is not too bad, honestly. The fact that the Claude is already banned out, the other DHS abuser is going to be carry. Melissa gets banned out for the side of Todak. So again, it feels like it's moving towards that direction.
Huh. Looks like, okay, they're not going for the carry pickup, but is carry actually good with Lunatix based on this composition? Because they've got high mobilities, but carry doesn't necessarily have the highest mobility. Yes, it's got a little bit dash, I guess. But is it okay to fit Lunatix's composition?
I think for Lunatix's composition, it's really about how do you want to dominate the early game, right? I think that's why Lunatix are really concerned about things like Kadita, for an example, because they don't have traditional tanks being shown just yet. And I think since the jungle position and the EXP position have already been revealed, I would assume that Lunatix are going to double down and say, okay, gold definitely not going to be a tank, so therefore it has to be our support that's going to take the full brunt of the damage.
Well, let's see what Todak does, because their response is going to be the Beatrix on the gold laner. So I was expecting carry, but not happening for Todak. So they are going to let the carry slide for Lunatix, I guess.
No, I think it's good. I think that Todak are trying to deny Lunatix from Jom. He's already comfortable on the Beatrix, right?
Yeah.
He's so good at forcing priority, and mainly because of the hero itself. But when you have Beatrix as well as Benedetta, both of them can force out their lanes and make plays across the map. So that's something with Todak's lineup. They want a team fight, and they can't afford saying, "Oh, we attack bottom side. All of a sudden, our top side is immediately gone."
Okay, now I've got a very interesting question, because as of yet, based on Lunatix's composition, they've got so much split push potential. And they've now got a Moskov and a Cho. So there is a lot of mobility going on from Lunatix. Whereas Todak, do they have the macro capabilities to out-macro a potential split push coming with the Fanny and the Benedetta?
I mean, a lot of it is picking and choosing your fights. I think Todak is extremely intelligent when they want to actually start these initiations, and more importantly, where these initiations are going to go. I think that Todak does have a bit of an advantage in these choke points. Lunatix, however, it's all about being aggressive in the early game, right? Looking for those plays, looking for those windows of opportunity to actually farm free information in the enemy's jungle. Because Malik, yes, he's playing Fredrin, but neutral objectives is going to be really difficult to sit on top of comfortably when the rest of the world is playing on the opposite side of the map. And Todak, lock in the Julian.
Okay, I like this. We've seen Moon play Julian before. He's really good in terms of setup, and at the same time, I was curious as well, what's a good mage that the Valentina can't exactly benefit of and does not get one-shotted by a Fanny combo? So I guess it was either going to be Julian or Lunox, but it seems like Todak's going to go for the Julian. So I like the idea, but I feel like Lunatix has an easier draft for me to play.
I mean, but I honestly think that Todak has a slightly easier draft, especially if you're going to be launching at the gold lane. A lot of these kills are going to be spoon-fed to you. But LTX, on the other hand, Man, it's all about mechanics for them. If they can outplay their opponent, they basically win the game.
Well, you can see based on the draft as well, Todak has a stronger utility and late game potential as well as team fights. But in terms of early aggression and pickoffs, it is going to be a Lunatix side. So I'm looking forward to see how things go. But this is going to be the game to watch here to figure out who the best of the best for today, as we are going to be witnessing Lunatix going up against Todak for game number 1.
It's going to be Lunatix on the blue side with Todak on the red side, and I'm guessing that the junglers are starting, opposite sides of the map, closer towards, because Fanny still needs that purple buff. Moon and Yums, let's see, they have to work together here to ensure that they don't get too much off.
Yeah, and based on what we're seeing here, it feels like Lunatix has a little bit of upper hand to actually pressure the Frederick rather than the Fanny. I was expecting maybe Todak could have actually pressured the Fanny, which obviously it is something that I think Todak used to do, but it seems like they're just respecting this right now.
I mean, they understand that even if they get into an engagement, Lunatix will always get the first move. I mean, Moskov is going to be outpushing the Beatrix the early game until level 4. Benedetto is always going to have priority over Formace on the blue. So, I mean, look at this. Fakes is just trying to bully Moon as much as he can, and that's why Yums is hovering around this side of the map.
Yeah, I guess this is going to be something as well, because based on this emblem we're seeing from Team Lunatix, it feels like they are playing a little bit more safely here. They're waiting up on Uni to actually come and scale to the game. And look at this rotation, Lunatix. They're pretty much all gathered up in the bottom lane to try and potentially catch Lotric, I guess.
Yeah, but you can see Todak respond accordingly every single time. Oh, a majority of the members are on bot side. Let's pull back. Now they're moving up to top side. Let's see if they can get out. No, Formace instantly dies. And this is why the early game is so important for Lunatix, because the amount of mobility from the steel cables from one point, from the bottom side of the map to the top side of the map, less than 3 seconds was that rotation.
Yeah, this is huge coming from them, but as of yet, hold that thought for now. Yums is thinking for the engagement. Okay, it's not gonna connect, but seems like turtle control is gonna be in favor of Lunatix as of yet, whereas Todak, do they try and force a fight right now?
They are a little behind on that gold. I don't know. I think they have to give this up to Lunatix.
Yeah, and as of yet, Formace is getting completely bullied out of the lane. Moon looking for the big setup as well. Yums charging in. He finally extends it. He catches the Fanny, and that's going to be the big wombo combo for Todak. And Lunatix, they will lose the turtle trade, and now they will even get Zeno on top of it, with Lunatix not able to respond to that catch from Yums. Nova is going to try and do something, but it seems like it's a little bit too late, but it will be enough to scare off Todak.
Nicely played, honestly. Really nicely played from Todak. They wanted to actually, I mean, after that wombo combo, their immediate thought was, hey, I'm going to go into the purple buff, I'm going to try and steal it away. But if you look at Malik, he doesn't have his retribution just yet during that time, and Uni died before anything could happen, so therefore, he should still get the purple buff regardless of what they do. An attempted punish, but let's see, Yums, can he do this, pull this off again?
Oh, it's not gonna happen, but Nova counters it off with the Wave of the Dragon. Uni finally joins the fight, but unfortunately, it is the wrong target to dive on. This is a Kufra we're talking about.
Yeah, we don't get to see Julian play at the highest levels too often. There's so much risk involved, but with Todak's lineup, with the tanks able to keep a target stationary, it makes that enhanced sight so much more effective. If not, the knockup is good enough.
Yeah, when it comes to the CCs, right, it comes down to whether or not Yums and Moon can actually settle down on just going for those follow-up kicks, right? But hold that thought for now, because Nova is gonna get completely bullied out. He finally sets up a cable coming in. Malik takes half HP, but at the same time, the Appraiser's Wrap is not needed. Nope, he actually doesn't have the combo, so Nova will be able to flicker out of there.
Yeah, I think Malik understood that he was trying to bait something out from Nova X Kobar. If it has to be the flicker, so be it. Doesn't matter if he gets the kill. It just makes sure that Nova loses his capabilities of making big plays on the back line.
Yep, Yums, however, getting a little bit angsty. Lunatix didn't have to know that he's there, right? Yep. But this gold plating is going to be coming in. The spear also going to be expended as well. Nova gets the kick. He's looking for the Way of the Dragon to catch on Law. But at the same time, Moon saves the day to try and disengage from this fight, and Lotric will be able to retreat from this.
Beautiful gameplay coming out of Todak. Like, you have to give it to them right now because their timings are impeccable. Lotric should have died there had aggro, if he'd taken aggro over the turtle, but when it comes down to the turtle, it falls into the hands of Todak once again. They are losing nothing across this map, and Lunatix are the ones being the aggressors.
Oh, it's all about it feels like they're getting a little bit desperate here coming from the Lunatix after a couple of ganks here and there. It's kind of worrisome now, considering that they do have this early aggression. However, Setting this up. Look at this ambush coming in. Todak. Does Yums check this? It seems like he is gonna check. And here comes the kick from Nova. They are gonna completely collapse on Yums, but they don't have the damage to burst them through. Moon disengages against Fakes, and now they will catch off Nova Escobar, and he will be the casualty from Lunatix. Finally, Uni shows himself. He tries to focus on Yums, and he will take him out before the Tyrant's Rage here. Meanwhile, Moon, he's in a little bit of trouble. Zeno comes to save the day, but Moon, he gets out with 1 HP. And now Lunatix, they're fumbling their way through as 4 Maze will pick apart Zeno all the way from the XP lane.
Oh, that's so disgustingly good. Todak and Team Lunatix are both trying to outplay each other in these early game situations, which should be in the hands of Team Lunatix. And even with a man down, Nova X Kobar still makes the attempt.
Yep, Malik now, he's gonna get harassed his way through. The Wave of Dragon comes in. Logic trying to provide a little bit of assist, and Nova X Kobar will get completely bursted down by Logic alongside with Job. And Lunatix, they have no choice to back out.
Look at this team. Todak moving as an absolute unit, and Moon is there to reinforce weak positions when their tanks are running it down on the Lunatix themselves, who continue to initiate, who continue to light that fuse first.
Oh my goodness. Oh, middle lane. They do get the catch on Malik. Finally, Lunatix was able to pick him up after so many attempts. But is this too late? Oh, that's not for now. Top side, 4 Maze. They get another kick on Nova, and now 4 Maze needs to back the heck out. However, he's gonna be fine. He is gonna be fine.
He's still alive here. Bottom tier 1 has already fallen. Mid lane is getting heavily pressured.
Oh, Todak.
Wow.
Getting a little bit very angsty in this play.
I think Todak they just want them. Like, Yums is purposefully going in, showing his presence, allowing the space and time. He should be okay here, right?
Okay, 4 Maze is okay. Oh, ouch. Wow. That's a lot of damage.
Yo, Uni is really fast on it. How many? I think that's like, what, six steel cables in that one engagement?
Yeah, that's a lot here coming in. But still, as of yet, considering that Todak now has a little bit of opportunity to contest this, Uni full bar on that cables for now to actually look for the contest. Nova, however, will try to pick a catch onto his Moon, and they will immediately snipe him down with Uni.
What an angle coming up from Nova X Kobar. Play after play. Wait, come on. Somebody's got to light that fuse. All right, now, finally, we get a calm moment here. With no objectives to fight across the map, I don't think Lunatix want to set up that play just for yet. However, I will say, top side, bottom side, they've traded Tarn so far, but Todak holding on to this 2,000 lead doesn't seem to be as easy as it seems. Team Lunatix are still keeping up. Logic may have the most gold right now, but Jom is catching up quick.
Yeah, he is going to be needing to actually farm his way through. But here, the biggest concern is still got to be Uni, right? If you think about it, Uni is the biggest damage dealer coming from Lunatix. If Todak can't stop him, they're pretty much going to lose a lot of the damage, I guess.
I mean, we say that now, but Fakes, he's getting close to his second item. He's already finished the Clock of Destinies and also the Enchanted Talisman.
Oh, top side, Yums, they are going to look for an attempt. Jom is going to be here to provide assistance. Logic with the ultimate by Yums with the Tyrant's Rage. Catches Sun2. They take down Jom, and just like that, they will continue to fight. Uni trying his best going for the punch, but the bouncing ball will keep him in track. Zeno from the back lines tries to go for the petrified catch, but it is a little bit off angle.
All right. So even though Lunatix lost Jom in that fight, at the very least, they managed to punish Todak by taking away their battle spells. And the battle spells are high value at this stage of the game. They want to make plays, and especially for Moon, his battle spell is so important.
Oh, Zeno, he's gonna get caught on. There's no way he gets out of this, and this tier 1 will eventually fall. Fakers is there to provide assistance, but at the same time, bottom side, seems like Lunatix, they are gonna go for the split push instead.
Exactly. Now, Lunatix are trying to be as efficient as possible. They understand they may not necessarily control the tempo like Todak is right now, but they can also predetermine and initiate on them to try to throw them off balance. And so far, Todak has been doing a good job, but notice that Lunatix, they are losing gold, but they are taking away resources from Todak ever so slowly.
Now, with the Lord coming in, it seems like Todak is already in position to actually contest this. Lunatix, however, do they make the call to contest the Lord or continue with the split push here?
I think they're going to contest this Lord, and they're going to do it from Riverside.
Well, it is going to be a tough one here. Moon is already in position to actually contest this, but the Lord will quickly fall in the hands of Todak very quickly as well. Fakers now will be scouted out by 4 Mays, but now the dive comes in from Todak. They will try and focus it down. Fakers flickers away, but the chain CC, they all grouped up for the purple buff to deny it away from Uni. But Uni is getting trapped by Yums. Can he get out? And he will, eventually at the price of Fakers.
Oh, Fakes, unfortunately for him, he can't really do much about the situation after he's already used all his dashes and the flicker was expanded too. 4 Mays was on top of him. They find another catch.
No, Nova, he's gonna get chain CC, but it is a tank choke. Can he survive? And the snipe is good from Lunatix, and he is dead. And now the taunt on Zeno will continue to extend. The Iron for an Eye will get him out, but at what cost?
Look at how efficient Todak is playing. They are not missing a beat right now, and Lunatix now, this game is slipping from their fingers. They cannot scale as hard as Todak, and with a 5k goal lead, Todak can just play it slow, not do anything, and will slowly suffocate the Lunatix.
Oh, it is going to be difficult, but with the Lord collapsing, Moon also having the Feather of Light, he is going to be looking for the big wombo combo, but Lunatix, they need to do something somewhat as of yet, because as of now, Todak, they're crashing in, and it seems like they won't be able to do too much for Mace. He made a little bit of mess up, but this is a glue we're talking about. He's extremely tanky, but finally Todak says, you know what, he's out of position. Let's let him go instead.
Yep, and that's why Moskov is a kind of a soft counter against this glue. Does LTX want to go for even more here? No, they don't have any information, and nobody wants the face check. The composition just doesn't allow them to open up the map like that, except for Novax Kobar. But even for him, he needs some kind of information.
Oh, Nova, he's thinking about the kick. Malik is going to go in for the fight as well. Fake is taking a lot of damage. He's going to get focused down. Noah finally finds Logic, but the second follow-up will be blocked off by Yums, and Moon will finish off Fake. And now Yums missing up his Tyrant Rage. Joel needs to run away, and Yums continues to collapse on him. And Todak, they will get another kill. And it's all up to Uni to fight back. But Uni, he gets caught midway, and he's gonna get completely destroyed. Zeno, last man standing for Lunatix, but Todak says we are gonna close out this game. Zeno is doing his best, but he will eventually die out, and it is gonna be a wipeout.
It's Novax, Kobar, and Fakes, the only two who can actually defend for the next 7 seconds until Moskov is back up. The waves are crashing in, and Lunatix, they're running out of time.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be tough. Yums looking for the setup. He goes for it. He catches on the Valentina. Fake is gonna be trying his best to clear the minutes, but Todak says, I don't care. I'm taking the crystal. I'm taking game 1.
What a solid game coming out from Todak, man. Malik is looking real nice. Lotric as well. Such an efficient, clean game from Todak.
What a performance coming from Todak, despite not having Chiku. With Yums is more than good enough to completely shut down Lunatix in game number 1. And Moon, who's question, like, if you're doubting Moon, he is performing so well on his Julian.
He's looking so good. He has all the space in the world, so it only boils down to him whether he makes that very first mistake. He's walked away too many times with 1 HP, punished a couple, but his team has got his back throughout the entire match.
Well, we were curious, where is Chiku? Sitting in the backside with the OC chair, just chilling as Todak completely walks over Team Lunatix in game 1.
I mean, you gotta give it to them. They played a solid game, and I think even Jiku is happy with the overall performance and with how efficient and clean that they have been. With that being said, I want to hear them. Let's have a look at the mic check from Todak.
Confident.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Todak,
Go. Nice one.
That's one you.
I don't have red ya.
It's okay, we can trade if you guys want.
Dorang dua kuat kat detail lo.
CC.
Go.
Chow first.
Bene. Can man. Boleh man. Nice man.
Try take bot.
Dapat back. Nice.
Where are you? Boom.
Where are you, Chiku? Guess what? He was taking a back seat all the way to the back, and it's interesting enough. I've never seen a Todak mic check with English.
Yes, that is definitely a bit of a spice up here, but I think the communication is good enough. Everybody seems to be on the same page. They're prioritizing the right targets, and more importantly, they're looking even better than they were before. I don't know. It's a crazy day already for Todak, and it feels like I need a bit of a rest with these OSIM chairs, because that's the only way as a gamer you can get a massage. You can recharge in game with an OSIM U-Throne gaming chair, gaming massage chair transformer series like the ones we are sitting on right now. We've already got the Autobots listed on our back pillows. Unfortunately, we don't have them plugged in because these games are spicy and we can't miss a moment.
Exactly. If you're wondering why Chico isn't playing and where the heck is he, he's pretty much sitting in that chair behind the seat. You caught it on screen as well. And of course, Jome's answer was, who is Chico? Guess what? He's all the way in the backside, just watching you lose, bro. As of yet.
Look, it's a tough game for the Lunatix. I mean, let's look at the item build and we can break it down even more, because again, when we're talking about draft Lunatix, it's all about that early game. They don't have any real way to scale other than Jome on this Moskov, but nobody can actually create the space for him. They're depending on Jome to kind of do his own thing, but Todak, on the other hand, complete polar opposite.
Yeah, let's take a look at the items as well. Very, very quick anti-Cuirass upgrades coming from both Malik as well as Formaze to deal with the potential snipes coming from Uni alongside with the Dreadnought armor. It feels really, really sad that Uni can't do the things that he's required to do, right? Todak was able to buy so much time, and when these items come in, Uni was in a situation where even with the Hapnosis as well as Malefic, it feels like he's just struggling.
But that's the thing. Todak were making sure that they were playing on the strong side of their map. They expected Lunatix to try to make something happen towards the gold lane side. And as soon as that failed, Lunatix are thinking, all right, we always have to trade. If one of us go down, if we can get one back, that's already a win. Let's see if we can push that lead and maybe look for other avenues. For an example, Formaze in the EXP lane.
Yeah, what's really scary is that despite Jome actually dying 3 times, he's still got 7.5k gold lead despite having a very, very difficult time and actually getting some kills here. It might be the draft coming from Todak, but all in all, he is still a marksman and gold laner that we need to be watching out for Team Lunatix, because logically, considering how hard Todak was owning, Jome should not be able to get this kind of farm here. I mean, think about it.
We say that, but I think Uni as well deserves like hats off to him. He was able to get his purple buff a majority of the times, and unfortunately for Fakes, somebody has to be the sacrificial lamb. And when Fakes jumps on it, he's expecting Nova X Kobar to find the right kick on either Moon or Lotric, who have never showed themselves until Nova has been spotted.
Yep, based on this damage output as well, we do see Uni, Fakes, as well as Jome doing a majority amount of damage coming in from Lunatix. However, in terms of the front line and opening up the map, they are very, very lacking in terms of damage taken, because if you think about it, we've got Todak, a triple tank composition that completely pushes out the lane all the way through, whereas Lunatix, they just don't have the capabilities. And if you think about it, I think Cho doesn't have the tankiest items as of yet in the early stage of the game. He only had 2 tank items.
That's the thing. That's the poor thing about support. Supports don't have a easy way to get gold other than kills, other than to let your team kind of get ahead and boost you up and punish your opponent. It's all about oppression, and unfortunately for Lunatix, they weren't able to unleash that game plan, especially since by the 8th minute, Todak had already maintained their lead, they hit their item power spikes, and they knew for a fact that Lunatix, there's no way you can come back unless Todak made a mistake first.
Yeah, in this case, how hard is it to make a mistake? You're just opening up brushes as a tank, right? Damage taken 269,000, majority coming from Formaze as well as Malik. So it just shows you how much Lunatix had to struggle to actually pierce their way through. So I'm looking forward to see who the MVP is from the side of Todak. It is going to be none other than Yumes, and it's no surprises as well, especially when he started from the first turtle fight.
Look, all I'm going to say about Yumes, when he has Flicker, he is a lethal weapon. He does not miss a beat. You think you're getting caught? No. Yumes is just letting you have him until he gets to you. And it's dangerous. It's so dangerous how fast he is. And especially since if we keep an eye out for when Yumes actually has his Flicker, he is utilizing it every time it's off cooldown. He makes sure that when he flickers, it's worthwhile.
Yep, every single time he will be able to catch one as well, and multiple targets here, especially when he goes in for this lockdown. 19 years old, a prodigy, a genius in Mobile Legends Bang Bang ever since his debut, and has shown no signs of slowing down since his debut in MPL.
Look, he's only going to get better. He's a young player and he's got a bright future ahead of him with Todak, but for now, I think Lunatix have to figure out their draft it's just, it's too difficult, right? The meta is 3 tanks, 2 carries right now, and there's a reason why tanks are good. From early to mid to late, they're always relevant. Comps that play just for that early game scale off so quickly because it's only, what, 4 to 5 minutes of the early game before you're already into mid.
Yeah, it's so difficult, right? When it comes to the itemization as well, now, especially for tanks, right? Dreadnought armor is extremely cheap. Steel leggings is extremely cheap as well. Molten Nexus is also extremely cheap. Those can be scaled within, like, what, the first 8 minutes game, which arguably DPS needs about, what, 13 to 40 minutes a game, and by that time it's pretty much over. So I guess this is where the rise of the tanks will shine the most, especially in the current meta for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
I mean, honestly, if they really wanted to, I think, you know, the bans coming in from Todak in particular were really, really good. And if we look at the highlights, you can definitely understand that there were a couple of positions where if Jom was playing something like a Brody, for an example, a Torn Apart Memories would have net him a good number of kills. But look at this. Every single time Todak made that first move, Yoom's Flicker instantly finds the punish, and Moon is there to follow up as quickly as he can. They are working so well together.
Yeah, you can see here as well, every single time Nova tries to do something about this, Yooms is always making sure that he cannot cut the backlines. It's just frustrating, right? The only time Todak made a mistake was here, Formaze getting a little aggressive, but even then, it was pretty much too late because every single time Nova tries to make a play, it's either Malik or Yooms that is there to knock him out and cancel the second continuation of the Way of the Dragon, and it's just scary how Yooms is just be able to set things up for Todak.
I mean, if we're thinking about a step-by-step process, like, yes, Nova X Kobar wants to be able to get that first initial kick, but there's just so many ways that Todak can actually stop the aggression and stop the initial attack from the Lunatix. Either they take out Nova X Kobar, or whoever Nova X Kobar actually kicks, they immediately start jumping on the damage dealers. Fakes, and also Beatrix in this particular case. Sorry, not Beatrix. Jom on that Moskov. You can see Moon. He's purposely positioning his enhanced chains in places where Jom doesn't have a lot of space to actually dash. So if he dashes in the worst place possible, he's going to get hit. If he goes into the best place possible, he's still going to get hit.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very difficult to do so considering the amount of CCs they have based on their composition. But you know what's really interesting as well? We have an All-Star bonus event coming up. It is the All-Star Last Anchor, which is currently available now with selected limited skins you want and redeem it for absolutely free. From all the way from 31st of March to the 30th of April, you can complete event tasks to collect wish skin fragment and redeem one of the skins below, which is the Gato Kacha Arhat King skin, the Talia Deadly Mamba skin, Esmeralda Poison Vine skin, the Martis Death Rock skin, the Tarisla Hammer Giant skin, the Alpha Crimson Warrior, as well as the Harif Fashion Expert skin. The All-Star events are coming in full swing, and you can log into the game and enjoy exciting events with all your friends. While you're at it, if you want to flex on your skins, you can actually hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB All-Star, and also hashtag Be the Superstar to flex it with your friends.
Show off your collection. What do you have that we don't? I'm curious to see. But with that being said, game number 2 is going to be rather interesting because I think Lunatix are going to pivot from their initial position of, hey, let's play only for the early game, and now, all right, look, it feels like Todak has a bit of a read on our draft, so therefore, let's shift our perspective. Let's start thinking about the meta. Let's start, more importantly, thinking about how do we punish Moon, or maybe, I think, Malik in this case.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it goes here, because as of yet, let's take a look at the draft real quick on how things went down, because based on the drafts here, it feels like Todak played a very melee composition where once they go all in, it's extremely hard to pull back from. And based on the bans, does this justify the Atlas ban at all?
Let me think. Possibly. It's really rough to say because if we think about Atlas, we're thinking about combo components, right? You can combo with the Benedetta, Electro Final Blow. You can also combo with basically fakes and any one of the ultimates that we can see from Todak's side. So there is an argument to be made, but I think by far the most important ban here is by the Lunatix. They banned out the Brody themselves thinking, okay, we want to get a winning matchup for Jom no matter what, but it would have been really good if they had it themselves. Wild guess here, but I think Lunatix are going to take red side.
Yeah, maybe that's going to be the case, but I'm looking forward to see how it goes down because it seems like there needs to be adaptation coming from Lunatix, especially when Jom called out who is Shiku. And in this case, Todak's response, we don't need Shiku to beat you. As a response right now.
They're like, here's Law Trick, by the way. Don't worry, he'll do the job.
Yeah, as of yet, we are going to be jumping straight into game 2 here to figure out whether or not, does Lunatix switch on towards the red side? Because as of now, up on screen for the drafts, It seems like, no, they still stay in blue side. All right.
Okay, so they still want to play on blue side. This time they're changing up their bans by banning out the glue to make sure that 4Maze can't just body block the EXP lane. And maybe they can look for an easier matchup, you know, something that's a little bit more killable.
Yeah, I guess. But at the same time, Fanny pretty much out in the open from the previous game. Didn't really matter for Todak, right? But I'm curious, is the Arlott going to be played from both sides? Is it really that much of a threat from both sides?
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like 4Maze wants to get his hands on Arlott, but Arlott can easily be punished here. It's not as easy to get an outplay, especially at the pro level. We're seeing that Kaja is getting banned from Lunatix, so Arlott is still open.
Do they let it slide though? Because if they give away the Arlott, they pretty much guarantee the Fredrin for Malik again from Todak. Unless Lunatix says, you know what, we'll take the Fredrin this time. And I feel like the Fredrin is a big threat, perhaps?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Because again, if Lunatix are changing up, well, only changing one of the bans, I think they're going to have the same idea. I feel like they want to pick up the Fanny once more. It felt good on Uni. Uni looked comfortable, and more importantly, he was winning out his retributions, especially for the purple buff.
Or do they just straight up picking the Kufra straight up just to deny it away from Todak?
I suppose that there is an argument that can be made for it, but I don't think... I mean, if Todak see, oh, you take the Kufra, then that just means that we'll just either take the Fanny or look to play around it.
Yeah, I guess, but looks like Fake, he is going to be picking his Valentina once again. Lunatix opens up with a near identical first opening here from game number 1. Todak's response, Fredrin, perhaps, alongside with Kufra, maybe? Or even the Arlott as well, completely ignored.
That's the thing. That's what Todak is probably discussing about, is like, what is going to be more important, because Lunatix are showing the exact same behavior that we saw in game number 1, so they can only expect them to be looking for the same sort of picks. So, I don't know, in terms of what they could go for, Arlott, definitely something that 4Maze is probably going to try and force for himself, and it looks like it's Fredrin as well as Arlott.
Oh, nice. This is a very, very scary opening coming from Todak. Again, another very beefy, tanky, annoying composition coming from Todak. And Lunatix from game 1 hasn't had a way to deal with it yet. So, could they possibly switch it up with a potential Diggy for Nova, which... I haven't seen Nova play too much of Enchanter style though.
Yeah, he's more of a playmaker in his own right. That's why we're seeing the bans on like Atlas, like Cho as well. We've seen it in the past previously, but Nova X Hobart nothing's stopping him just yet.
Kufra Fanny? No, they don't. Oh, okay. Respect. You know, they're letting the Fanny through. They're picking the Mortis as well as the Beatrix.
My next conquest.
I'm surprised by this.
I'm surprised too, but it just means that Fanny is not going to get touched, which is rather odd because it's banned out so very often by these pro teams.
Yeah, it's scary, right? Considering that Fanny just completely missed the mark, even though it's been buffed up into the current batch. And even then, people have found ways to actually deal with it. But based on Todak's composition right now, I'm a little bit curious at how they play this Arlott and Fredrin together. Two extremely annoying, extremely high CC type of heroes, but lack in terms of mobility. As of yet, do they have what it takes to continue the trend? Do they want to double down on the Kufra 4 dupes again? Seems like that's not going to be the case.
Yes, they want to have some kind of early game here, and especially when you have an Arlott, you want the snowball out of control. So I think this is one way of doing it for sure, and I think for Logic, he understands he's supposed to be the cleanup mechanism for when 4Maze goes absolutely unleashes himself, unleashing the Arlott, and I don't know. For LTX, it's looking all right. I think their draft doesn't really change too much from this position. We do see that the Atlas is already banned, and now Lunatix follow up with the Eve. Yes, get rid of that artillery mage. Although I will say, I do hope Moon plays Julian again.
I feel like it's going to be the case here. Like, they've got to respect Moon's Julian a little bit more, because a lot of this micro details came down in the game number 1 fight. Was actually Moon able to save and counter engage for the team here, and it feels like Lunatix might have disrespected it a little bit more. I was expecting maybe banning of the Julian, letting the Eve strike. If they go for the Eve, it's okay. Valentina can capitalize on that ultimate, because if you base on game 1's draft, there wasn't exactly a single hero's ultimate that Fake can actually benefit from overall in terms of damage output.
Yeah, he was basically playing on the base Valentina throughout the entirety of the game, and sometimes, yes, he would steal the Fredrin's ultimate, but I think that was more of just like, hey, I just want the extra MR and as well as armor to protect myself. Oh, Todak actually banned out the Franco this time around. They're making some hard reads on LTX.
This is pretty much comfort heroes coming from Nova. It feels like Todak, they do have a very good understanding of how he has played in the past. So I guess Nova might be sticking to his Cho. I was hoping an Edith coming from Lunatix. I've been begging for it for a very, very long time now. Haven't seen a single one thus far.
Let me...
I want to see a roaming Edith. Against them, no, absolutely not. I'm sorry to say.
There is an argument.
Oh, what? Oh, okay.
Ban? So they want CC. Okay, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a really good chance that Edith could come out this game. Like, all the variables are there. You need somebody who's able to not only tank it, but also start peeling backwards when the situation gets a little hot. Edith kind of does that.
I think Edith, Ruby, or Yu-Jok fits the profile right now against a wombo combo strategy coming from Todak. But nope, they go in for the Kufra again.
Okay. Okay.
So this is an XP Arlot. Alright, yeah, it is. Okay.
I'm gonna call it. Todak's gonna go for the Julian again. If Moon goes for Xavier, I'm gonna be disappointed. Really disappointed.
I would too. Like, I don't think Xavier would fit the current composition from the side of Todak, if you think about it. It just doesn't scale that early game. It's
you don't
pretty
need
much
it
like
to
a
scale.
marksman style of a mage.
No, you don't need it to scale. You just need a CC, and then Formace is just tapping Vengeance without caring. As long as there is a mark, he will keep on dashing.
Okay, they go for the Tamos coming from Lunatix to fare off against the Arlot, and my oh my, I actually kind of like it, if you think about it.
Yep, it's really good at level 1.
Yeah, it does completely bully out the Arlot. But at the same time, Lunatix, they double down with the Cho again.
Yo, honestly, I respect Lunatix for doubling down on this early game composition, and even after what happened just now, I'm telling you, Julian is looking mighty fine in this composition. Yes, it does get bullied out a little bit, but we saw how it played out in the earlier stage. With the help of Yums, you can honestly surpass it and start fighting at level 3. So there is so much relevance to this Julian in the early game against the composition that we're seeing from the Lunatics, who only have the early game.
You know, I really like those stares coming from the both of them actually looking at Moon, right? They were like, hey, Moon, what do you want to play? Do you think you can play Julian again? Sounds like a good plan. Let's play Julian again. All right, let's go. You got it, Gideon. That it is. Todak. They play a near identical composition again. Do you like this?
I like this a lot. And I don't know. I'm just going to make a wild guess that Coach Behave looked at Moon and said, you want to play Xavier? And he said, no. That's all he needed. Just one word. No, I don't need to say too much. Just give me that Julian. I'll make magic happen here. But the pickoff rate coming out from Todak is so very high, a 0.8 percentile. But it's a little bit more even, especially for the Lunatics. Their pushing power is looking great. The early game is looking even better. Team fights are going to be essential at level 4. But let's not forget, Todak's counter engage is so much more powerful.
Yep, and based off this, we are taking a look towards how Game 2 is going to go. Is Lunatix able to make the statement against Todak, or will Todak completely roll them over? Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2 for Lunatix going up against Todak.
Once again, the Lunatics are going to be on the blue side with Todak on the red side here. This early game is going to be hella explosive from both sides. Look at this. Wow, they're bringing the whole crew.
Well, you know, sometimes you gotta get the whole squad here, baby. You know, the whole squad is what you need to actually completely bully out the lanes. But as of yet, it feels like Todak is making a smart play, saying that there's no way they're beating Tamos up top, right? For Hormies.
Look, I think this is interesting because I think Todak is trying to bypass the early interaction at level 1. They know that Arlot cannot actually deal specifically against the Thamos at level 1, and the same goes for Moon on this Julian versus the Valentina. Both of them lose at level 1, so they work together to hit level 2, and then now it's a regular game, which is kind of interesting.
It's pretty much sharing XP, I guess, if you put it that in perspective.
It's
right?
just to bypass level 2. I think that's the most important part. Once level 2 is over, the laning phase actually becomes playable.
Okay. That makes a little bit of sense. Jom is going to start to chip away the gold players down bottom. It seems like Todak, they are just playing very passive with this game compared to before.
I mean, I think that's kind of obvious that they are, because Lunatics want to play for the early game. Any kind of engagement, Lunatics are like, yes, let the snowball start.
Speaking of the snowballs, I don't think we are going to be seeing a lot of heavy aggression coming from Todak. And well, soon as I say this, the flicker cash coming in and Job instantly flickering forward to dodge it, puts him in a very, very awkward position. Look, you're at a loss of words for that play, don't you?
More like, I cannot believe Jom has that kind of reaction time. Like, he's coming in, like, Yums is coming at an awkward angle, Yums flickers for it, and now a fight occurs.
Oh my goodness, Zeno, he does have the venture to sustain his way through. He needs to get out of here, and he won't get completely blasted by Malik, while Lunatics, they're looking for the re-engage. Todak, however, is a little bit too tanky as they pick them apart. bit by bit as they trade 2 for nothing.
Yep, and this is to be expected. We talked about this in the draft. Todak are so strong during these counter engagements, but we're seeing that Todak is getting a lot more comfortable. They realize they can actually disrespect the space from Team Lunatix, especially if it's going to be a faster rotation coming in from Yum. So now Nova has to adapt to that. They're realizing that Todak wants to play for that gold side, so he's mirroring as much as he can. Wait,
no way, Malik. He actually stole the purple buff, and now he's all himself. But the rest of the team from Todak, Moon saving the day, and now the final slash to scare him off, and Lunatix could not even trade off that kill.
Look, if Coach Behave was on that stage, I'm pretty sure Moon would look at him. I was right. I'm the best.
Not the Xavier, just go for the Julian pickup.
I mean, these are all fictional stories here, you know? We don't actually know what they exactly said, but I think so far, you know, Moon has been playing this absolutely perfectly. He got away with the earlier stages of the game where he was most likely to get punished. He survives losing only his flicker at this point of time, and now Todak can enact their game plan. They have the levels to actually start playing with these big wombo combos, these strong engages, and they just want Lunatix to make that first move all the time, because they know for a fact that Lunatix are going to be the desperate ones.
Did I just see Lotric use the torn apart memory just to clear the mini waves?
Have you seen how many people from the side of Lunatix are hovering around bot side? I think it's a fair trade.
Okay, playing it safe coming from Todak. However, Lunatix, they're still looking for a play, and Yum, they scout them out, they get the 2, and now the Titans ready to isolate the fight. They are going to try and force an issue, but Yums, he gets immediately punished as well. But the final snatch for 4 base from the side, they pick them apart, they get 2 for 1.
Wow.
Absolutely worth it.
I don't know. I can't explain that. You just had great game sense there. Like, why would you bother to check Pixel Brush in that manner? And I think it's the process of elimination, right? We don't see anybody on top side. You don't see anybody in the mid lane. So therefore, the most likely positions are going to be either within Pixel Brush or towards bottom side. I'm going to call it right now. The fact that 4Maze is laughing, he probably accidentally got way too excited about that play and may have disconnected his phone.
Yo, might have been the case as well, because that final snatch was just super fancy, immediately just popping 4 players. Could have gotten a little bit more. I was expecting a little bit more though. But it seems like they're smiling. Todak is, you know, all hypes up on them. But I'm curious to see what exactly happened.
I mean, Todak, you can see all the faces of Todak. They all know what's going on. It's like, man.
He just slammed the phone down.
I don't think he slammed the phone down. I think he like disconnected it from its charger or something of that sort. It has to be, right? What else would it have been? The fact that he was giving like a bit of a snarky face there.
I think he broke the phone, bro. With that final stage, it's just so epic to a point the phone broke.
I think he disconnected there. Yeah, it looks like they're rebooting the phone, looking to get back into this game. All right. Enough of the speculations right now, because I think Lunatix are realizing that their early game composition and every move that they've made so far has been punished really hard. No, it's not Drum's fault, but I think, you know, especially from the face of the expression of Nova X Kobar, he's realizing, how do I outplay this? How do I stay one step ahead when you're having blind jumps from Yums and still catching members of the Lunatix?
Yeah, it's just very scary here, considering that there's only so much a Cho can do. You gotta be the ones taking the engagement, not the one receiving, right? So it feels like Todak has a little bit more room to work with when it comes to starting the fight and also counter engagement, just because of how flexible Kufra can be in those kind of scenarios if they go for it. But for Cho's side, it is a little bit difficult to do so.
All right, it looks like we've been given the go signal. It's time to jump back right into this game. And you know what? Yes, we do see that Yums is doing a lot, right? But it's not just him. Yums, once he's in, he is in. There's no backing out of that. You have the help of 4Maze and as well as Moon for that counter engage as well. And they're interchangeable. It doesn't matter who does it first, as long as somebody follows up after.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know that the enhanced chase has a freaking elephant popping on it. That's really cool from the Jujutsu Kaisen skins. But as of yet, Todak looks like they are going to try and force a play, but not going to happen.
Well, let's see how far they're actually going to go with this. With Moon, he's already controlling the mid lane. He wants to push this even further. And Jom is getting help from Nova X Kobar. We can tell for certain that Lunatix are now taking a step back. The early game is done for. They have to play their win the condition, and a lot of it is going to be on Jom's shoulders.
Well, that's a lot of pressure coming from him, because if you think about it, it is going to be very, very difficult to do so. But as of yet, okay, look at this. Concealed plays coming from Todak. They do get a catch on Lunatix, but where's the follow-up? It seems like it is going to be denied by Rooms. So Lunatix will finally get bursted down by Lunatix as they go in for the run, as Nova now needs to run for his their lives. Tier 1's dive is not going to be enough to finish him off, but look at this. Joms almost kills off Yumes. He will be able to back out.
Dude, can Joms just get hit by something? Like, his flicker game is so clean.
Yep, and now Moon, he is going to get completely dived in, but nope, he's going to be fine. He is going to be fine.
Enhanced Sword's a really powerful ability and a great way to get out of really difficult situations. The iframes on that thing is so much longer than what people expect. However, Todak still maintaining the lead as much as they can. They can technically snowball out of control, but I think, you know, Lunatix, the plays being made by Nova X Kobar opens up a huge window for Todak to actually start pushing into the enemy jungle, but they notice almost instantaneously there's nothing to take.
Huh. Interesting enough, Yumes now going to be in a little bit of an awkward spot to be in, but he will disengage. But interesting enough, is it worth it to steal the Appraiser's Draft instead of the final slash? Because Fake opting to go for that because hold that thought for now. Okay. Thought, do they want to go for this? No, I don't think they can.
I think it's a bit awkward. I don't think Zeno can really do much, and I think Jom is going to go back and try to get at least a tier 1 while the rest of the members of the Lunatix will slow down anybody who makes their rotation there.
What is that damage on the turtle? Because now Todak, they get a free turtle, but at the same time in the middle lane, we do see an engagement coming in as Nova tries to go in for the catch, but unfortunately, not going to be happening anytime. Supernova, he's going to get in the middle brush of Todak, and he will get completely picked apart. And now with the Appraiser's Wrap to scare off Lunatix, Jom. No, he's going for the snipe. No, he needs to back out.
Imagine.
Imagine
if Moon just went all in for Jom there. Imagine if he made an attempt to try to go for the hand size. I would say, like, man, the ball's on this guy. Huge! But for the most part, Todak, they're just playing the slow game, right? They understand that no matter what they do, it's really not going to matter to the Lunatix.
Oh! 4 maze! That final slash coming in, completely catching them off guard. And now they're fighting under tier 1, but they're still losing members. They lose the Kufra, but Lunatix, they're still holding strong. They're throwing bodies for this, and now Nova with the heavy way of the dragon to actually catch off the fight, and now they lose Malik in that process. Todak, 2 for 1.
Dang, the heavy way of the dragon going hard here. Crazy plays being made by both sides, but the counter engage from Team Lunatix, they walk away with nobody dead. 2 members die for the side of Todak. They sacrifice 1, but at the end of the day, Todak is now realizing, okay, maybe we can't just forcefully engage them, but it looked hella cool.
I swear, like the final slash from Arla looks like an episode from Final Fantasy. I swear, it's so cool, but at the same time, Yumes, he is going to be in an awkward position. Nova still looking for that setup as well. Moon might be in a little bit of trouble. He gets out with the enhanced sword, so he's fine.
Again, enhanced sword, really powerful tool so far, and Todak continuing to build more confidence against them. The map is slowly falling into the hands of Todak, that's for sure, right? I mean, in terms of objectives overall, Todak is going to be ahead, so they have a lot more play space around Team Lunatix's jungle.
Yeah, man, as of yet, with the lore coming in, what can they do at this stage? Because Lunatix, it seems like they can't seem to just focus on lottery, right? There is always going to be a price to pay.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's tough. Like, if I was in Lunatix's position, I would be scratching my head about how to kind of get under the skin of Todak, and a lot of it just comes down to, can we actually just kill Lotric?
Oh, it's going to be tough. Seems like there is going to be a play coming from Todak. They're flanking from the bottom side. Conceal plays Yumes. He's going to catch on Uni, but he misses Joam. And now Joam, he's going to go for the side stand. Moon also making the attempt, but Todak, they're so tanky. Malik, however, taking a little bit too much damage as he tries to get away, but he will survive without trading timers, while the rest of Todak will slowly pick apart the back lines of Lunatix, but they somehow still come up on top.
It's boiling down to a knife's edge. Malik should have died, but unfortunately, Todak were able to cover their ground and create just enough space for him to walk away with 1 HP, because Joam was so close to putting him in the dirt if it wasn't for Formaze.
Oh boy, oh boy. Now, speaking of which, let's see. Todak, they are having a little bit of economy lead. 3K Uni just got his blade armor, but is the blade armor going to be a big determining factor for Uni?
I think for the blade armor, at the very least, it protects him a little bit.
Oh, that thought for now, the Tyrant's Rage set up, and Moon will completely obliterate him, and now the contest for the lot begins, and Nova seems like they have to concede this fight.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough. 4v5 isn't the most ideal situation. Yubes, don't tell me.
No way, Formaze. No way. They are going to try to force the fight with that awkward interaction. Nova going to get chain stunned by Todak. And Yubes with the interaction connects on 4. And Luna thinks they will lose bodies for this. And now Uni has to run for his life. And Formaze says, I'm going to pull him back. But can they go for the follow-up? Because top side, Lotric is gonna pick away with the inhibitor.
Man, the resource management from Todak is ridiculous. They're like, hey, Lotric, you don't need to be here anymore. This fight is done for. Go head topside. Go enjoy yourself. Have some free farm.
Oh boy, Todak. They continue to assert their dominance. Where is Chiku? We don't need Chiku, baby. We don't need Chiku.
Lotric is doing a phenomenal job here, right? He's playing really, really well with the rest of the Todak lineup. They feel very comfortable with each other, and the moves being made, it feels like Todak is back to their original selves. Playmakers in their own right, but cold and calculated when it comes down to macro.
Yeah, but as of yet, Todak, they're playing a little bit safe here. I was expecting Todak to be very aggressive, knowing them in their base on their history, right? We caught a glimpse on how Formaze is doing, but now full discipline plays coming from Todak. What's changed?
I mean, they don't want to coin flip it. The problem with Martis is that he can get in on the pit, as long as he has his Assurance Aura, right? And no matter what Todak does, the anti-CC tells us otherwise. So right now they're trying to bait them into a fight. Since they already have that 5k lead, it would be ideal. So Formaze, go, scout him out.
Yep, and now Nova is going to try and set things up. Lord's down towards 50%, but on the side, Yubes is going to try and harass Zeno. They need to force the play. Uni is still there. The snipes are coming in, but Nova, he's going to get completely scared off. Still plays from Yubes, looking for the catch, but they're still playing it a little bit safe. But Uni, he's in an awkward spot. He is going to get completely zoned out, and that is going to be the Lord secured by Moon for Todak. While Uni has no choice but to run for his life. The Ashura is there. Malik looking to interject, and now here comes the retreat from Malik to slow him down, and Uni has no place to run.
Beautifully played. Great communication. The timing could not be perfect. Could not be even more perfect. Todak waiting for the time for the Lord to actually spawn, which is going to be at the 45th or 47th second when the minions actually spawn, as well as the 14th second. And they allowed him. Malik is like, hey, you guys got that. We have more than enough space. I'm not going to use Retribution. We see Moon pick up the Lord, and with that Retribution, they were able to chase down Uni.
Yeah, but now Yubes, he's gonna go for the catch, and now here comes the collapse, but they're diving behind tier 3s and taking a little bit too much damage. But at the same time, Lunatix, they can't seem to trade off, and Formaze will snipe Nova with, after giving his life as well, a 1-for-1, and now the Lord knocking in. Todak, they're dropping a little bit too low as Lunatix has a way to defend against this, and Todak has no choice but to back out.
The high ground defense succeeds for the Lunatix as Joa was able to get a great Nibiru's Passion to chunk out Formaze, and more importantly, a majority of the members from Todak's side, clearing the wave at the same time, getting the full duration of it. But Team Lunatix, again, this is the part where they are going to really struggle against Todak. We're coming to the later stages of the game. Todak have a 6k gold lead and already hit their next item, Power Spike. If not, their carry should be about 4 items in, and that's 4 core items as well. So Team Lunatix, again, are going to be down significantly.
Wow, that's the thing, right? When it comes to itemizations, can they even keep up with Lotric, who's currently 10k ahead? Dome is barely keeping on, but it feels like what can they do? Because I don't think item is a problem right now for Lunatix.
I think Lunatix, once again, they just have to play the high ground defense here. Todak wants to be the aggressors here. Todak need to be the ones who actually initiate these fights when we're thinking about, you know, final base pushes with the help of Lord Empowered minions. But looking at the items, I was absolutely right. Again, 3 full items, if not 4 for the main carries.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one for Lunatix once again. Now the collapse comes in. Uni going to be trying to bait out a couple of fights. Nova, he's concealed up. He's looking for the kick, but here comes a stolen final slash to isolate for Maze. Yums is there to save the day, but Nova in the back lines, he's going to completely picked apart by Logic. Now a big rocket coming from Joem. It's going to scare off Todak. They have the damage, they have the wobble combo, but they don't have the finisher. And Todak will have Logic pick them apart, and Joem, last man standing for Lunatix, as Todak will completely collapse with them. And now Joem getting caught by Yums as well. The flicker catch to make sure they get the wipeout. And this is Todak saying, who needs Chiku when we can easily take a clean 2-0 against you?
Lotric, well done. Clean up crew, Formes, big plays. Yums is consistent as ever. Todak are looking better now with imports than we have ever seen them before. And Moon, he's coming back to form. He's sharpening it up.
Oh boy, what a game coming from Todak, and you can see Formes is signed with the finals, and he's so happy to actually win this game. And Lunatix, well, it seems like the response is good coming from Todak. It is going to be for Lunatix to decide whether or not can they take them on later again if they make it to playoffs.
If they make it to playoffs, my guy. But you got to give it to the Lunatics. That very final fight was on a knife's edge. It could have gone both ways. And if only Beatrix had both of her ults at the same time, that would have been a huge deal breaker for Todak. They would have lost more members there.
Yeah, and all things considered, Todak, a phenomenal gameplay, a brand new roster with no Chico, still made it work. I'm extremely excited to see what they have to say about that game against Lunatix, because I'm pretty confident it is going to be very, very spicy. Now, as we pass it over to his Rose to have an interview with them.
And Todak's win streak continues! Todak! Okay, so Moon, kita nampak kali ini korang bagi peluang untuk dua import main dalam main lineup. Kita ada Logic dan kita ada Malik juga. And tadi kita dengar mic check yang pertama, untuk game pertama, kita dengar the communications were mixed. English Malay. You rasa as a captain kan, susah ke nak campur bahasa, especially masa game yang sangat-sangat panas?
Kalau ikutkan susah jugalah lagi nak bendung si Lotric ni. Sebab dia memang tak tahu, dia macam pelik-pelik juga kadang-kadang. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sekejap. Budak ni, actually, suka kacau I dekat live. So, and he said, if they win, he wants me to interview him. So, Malik, your debut in MPL Malaysia Season 11. How does it feel to win on your first match?
First of all, Alhamdulillah, we won. The win streak continues. Thank you, my teammates, for trusting me, so we can get this 2-0. It's not easy, but the job is not done.
Okay, thank you. Lotric? Okay, so Lotric's turn, okay? Most of the Filipino gold laners here are always asking, who is Chiku? Do you think it's time to say, who is Lotric?
Hi Jom, this is Lotric.
Okay, just now I asked Coach B, where is Chiku, right? Are you also afraid of Joem, actually?
What?
Are you also afraid of Joem?
No.
You're not afraid of Joem?
No.
Not even a little bit?
No, not even.
Is that how you won this game, because you're not afraid of Joem?
Yes, I think.
Do you want to say anything to Joem? You can say it in Tagalog, don't worry. I got you.
Nice G, pre.
Okay, dia cakap nice game ah. Okay, macam tu. Okay guys, adakah korang semua ready untuk MVP of the match? Okay, count with me, okay? In 3, 2, 1. MVP of the match is Yums! Yums, tadi the BM casters were saying, who is Yums? Why is Yums? Where is Yums? How is Yums? So sekarang, Yums macam mana?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, tak lah. Gurau je. I was just kidding. I was just quoting what the BM caster said. So kita nampak Yums perform this game. Perform sangat-sangat. Ada apa-apa tak nak cakap dekat team Todak, fans yang datang untuk sokong Yums today?
Terima kasih sebab datang. Terima kasih ya.
Okay guys, now is our time to invite a lucky audience up on stage. Putri, mana Putri? The supportive mom behind Todak. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum semuanya.
Happy.
Hai.
Dia sangat-sangat happy. Okay, so Putri nak tanya ke nak bagi sokongan dekat dorang?
Saya nak tanya.
Okay, tanya.
Yums. Apa? Gak apa-apa, aku mau tanya. Kamu tadi buka puasa makan apa? Kenapa kufranya jadi jago banget?
Makan apa ya?
Makan apa? Untuk buka tadi. Asal lain macam kufra awak hari ni.
Keropok leko.
Keropok leko. Malik nak cakap something. Malik, what was that? What was that? Say it.
Lalang ditanya kita orang makan apa yang kita orang makan Lunatix tadi.
Oh, okay. Alright, thank you. Stay here. I nak move ke tepi dulu bagi diorang peluang untuk ambil gambar. Closer, boys. Okay, guys. Smile for the camera. Okay, everybody. Kalau korang nak juga datang dan saksikan game yang sangat-sangat panas, jom datang ke Stadium Jawara by scanning the QR code down below. Kalau anda seorang lucky audience untuk naik pentas MPL, korang boleh dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Thank you, Putri, and thank you, Team Todak. Congratulations on your win. Todak! Todak! Itu dia, our last match of the day dengan match yang sangat-sangat panas. Korang ready tak nak dengar mic check dorang tadi? I sangat-sangat ready nak dengar dorang punya communication and mixing Malay dengan English. So, let's show it to the mic check.
Escobar. Boys, I love you boys.
420.
Come here.
Oh, nice.
Nice
ball.
Rata-rata pang. Nice one.
Nice bodoh meh. Come.
Mana suaranya weh? Ya Allah jatuh bola aku. Watch me. Aku nak alti flicker.
Tu suara meh.
Nice. Mana suaranya jom?
Berian.
Tahu ke? Mana suaranya weh? Mana suaranya?
Tengok.
Aku. Oh, nice one. Mana?
Lotrik. Okay, lotrik.
Now we know why we had a pause.
I told you.
Now we know why we had a pause.
It's too good.
The phone.
You dropped the phone. You were shouting, "Where's your voice?" Oh my god. That's too good. That's too good. Look, Yum's really cute. He's super innocent, especially when he's doing these interviews. Forme is the voice of reason, but even, I'm not gonna lie, Malik and as well as Lotric, they suit the Todak lifestyle, man. You are hearing them shouting over the comms.
Oh my god, they're having so much fun. But most importantly, Formes, he may have dropped the phone. He ate Lunatix alive. 2-0. Who needs Chiku? Where is Chiku? You know what? Here's a greeting from Lotric. Hi, I'm Lotric. That's a pretty good one there, Lotric.
Oh, I love it. The banter coming in. At the end of the day, these competitors are still going to be friends, and they love to make a show for all of y'all here. But let's have a look at the highlight here real quick, because instead of where's Chiku, we should be asking, why is Yum so dang good in this game.
His Kufra has been popping off, a legendary Kufra player ever since his debut for Todak. When nobody played Kufra, they brought it, they showcased it from Todak, and it still shine till this day. You gotta respect it. And so far, now in this current patch, he looks so solid.
I mean, the composition that we saw from Todak, again, it's all about counter engagement. At the end of the day, if they can stop any kind of aggression from this early game composition that we saw from the Lunatix, you see how it snowballs out of control. Because again, it's not us who have to do anything, it's you guys.
Yeah, in this case, you know, seeing how Yums has been delivering so far, I'm looking forward to see whether or not can he keep up that momentum so far. This is the Yums that we have loved him for ever since his debut, and he has never shown any signs of weakness, and it is scary if you think about it. But of course, if you guys are enjoying yourself at home, why not just come down and watch us live here at Stadium Juara and book a ride on AirAsia's ride, and you can use the code new MPL MY for 5 ringgit off the first time users, or at the same time MPL MY for 3 ringgit off 2 rides if you are an existing users. You can download the AirAsia Super app right now to book your rides right here, right now, for this week.
Yep, quickly do it while you still can, especially for those who want to go check out some of these games. There's so many to come for Saturday and as well as Sunday, and I can't wait for that because honestly, at the end of this is like a great appetizer for the rest of what is to come for week number 3.
Oh yeah, you know what's really funny as well, right? Don't do it now. Do it tomorrow because we're almost at the end of the show.
Look, unless you want to like see some of the players walking out of the stadium, you might as well book it now.
Fair enough. But at the same time, I'm looking forward to see the stats itself and how dominating Todak is, because that game 21 kills to 5 kills for game 2.
Hold up. Look at Jom's gold earned. He's still being competitive against people like Malik and as well as Logic, where he's only losing by 1,900. It's a significant amount, but the fact that he's died 5 times and yet still maintaining that goal, Jom is doing something right here.
It's scary, right? Because I was asking this about game number 1. How is he still able to somewhat keep up with the gold leaders from Todak? And even this game, even though they lost so heavily, he was able to redeem some sort of form to actually keep up, to try and bounce back for the team. So the problem here is Joem the problem, or is the draft the problem?
It's the draft for sure. I think, you know, all the moves coming out from the side of the Lunatics were correct, right? They're looking for openings and awkward timings of the rotations from Todak to actually get these pickoffs. We saw that it actually worked a couple of times, but at the end of the day, Todak's still getting bigger trades. The counter engage is just really strong. So as long as Todak have the information on the Lunatics, they have power.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case here. But now, let's take a look at the post-game stats on the overall round match of that both that game itself. But based on the damage taken so far, this time Lunatix will take a significant bigger amount of damage put compared to Todak, who took more from game 1.
Look, whether you're the rich guy, the carry, the sandbag, or the forgotten one, the Filipino dynasty is real. The import players are already showing up big time here, just covering the screen.
Yeah, we've got the rich guy carry for Lotric and Malik for sandbag, as well as the forgotten one. 16 total assists as a jungler. Kind of scary, to be honest. He's everywhere as a Freddy, and considering that he's got pretty short legs, well, he's everywhere.
It's great, because think of it this way, like Malik, he's got a job to do. Lotric, he's the cleanup crew. The playmakers on the side of Todak were Formaze, Yums, and Moon, who are working together. It's such an interesting tandem to see them all working in this particular game, especially with what they did at level 1 to avoid that level 1 trade. They just worked together, hit that level 2, and all of a sudden the game became super smooth.
Yeah, I think that was a very minor detail they actually you actually caught out as well, right? Give Formaze that early level, share it with Moon in the early stage of game, because as of yet, Moon doesn't need a level 4 boost, right? Julian, level 3, you already have 3 ultimates. So I guess that's the idea behind the drafts coming from Todak. But now, let's take a look at the comparisons for the composition predictions from game 1 and game 2. Is this off? Or is this on point so far?
Here's the thing, right? When we're starting to talk about, I think the things that we can see, especially for game number 1, is definitely correct. Okay, so Todak, they definitely had better team fighting overall. Their late game was supposed to be really strong. The early to mid game, dead even. So I would say that yes, it is correct. And the early game was definitely more in favor towards the side of Lunatix, but the ultra late game win rate is where we start to see the deviations, because it really depends whether that early game was won, and in this case, it wasn't.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate how Lunatix could have bounced back from game 1, right? Game 2, it feels like they were struggling to set up those plays, and Todak was able to adapt very quickly. Now, all things considered, let us shout out for the MVP for the match. It is going to be none other than Yums again with his Kufra, 19 years old of age, young, strong, and pretty broken.
Yeah,
think about it. He's cracked.
Good. Yeah, he's so freaking cracked here, man. The guy, every time he has flicker, he is a monster. He is, there's so many words that could describe how effective he is, but I think he not only has the foresight, it feels like he's playing with observer view sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes he's just so quick, right, at this moment. Like, the only one time he kind of missed his flicker was Jom having a faster reaction, and even then, Jom still died, especially in the first gang down bottom for game number 2. So, I would say, was that calculated? I don't think so. It's more like Yums is just so quick.
I mean, it's just, Yums has some great game IQ. You gotta give it to him. He knows what he wants to do, and his mechanics also supplemented as well. Even if you're off screen, he has a very good idea where you are on the map.
Yeah, it's all about having those spidey senses. In this case, instincts to actually predict the opponents here. He's got good reads so far, and he's just really good. But interesting now, his item choice, Curse Helmet as well as Plate Armor, doesn't even need to go for the traditional Dreadnought or even the Dominance Eyes. Just go straight up damage. I'm just gonna try and kill somebody and wave clear coming from him this game.
Yeah, I mean, he knew that Beatrix was going to be the problem for the most part of the earliest stages of the game, so he gets the early Blade Armor to ensure that he lives. We missed a really good moment here. Yum's so very close, but yet, again, when we're talking about counter-engage, Todak, we're looking for these odds here every single time, and Moon is very patient here, holding on to his abilities, because he knows as soon as he doesn't have abilities, he's basically not a hero.
You have to give credit for some of his plays, though, because time and time again, Moon has been the true forgotten one for me from the side of Todak, because every single time he plays the enhanced chains here, he's always able to disengage for the team, and every single time Todak tries going for a very dodgy fight, he's always there to either follow up or counter engage for the team, so that Todak has some sort of breathing room to reset some of these fights. And even here as well, Moon is able to set things up for the team, not once but multiple times, even though his skills may not be as flashy as the Kufra nor the final slash coming in from 4 mains.
That's why I'm saying that Todak's composition was very interchangeable. It doesn't matter who looks for that first initial engage. As long as you live, somebody else is coming in to support you in about 0.5 seconds, if not less, when communicated correctly.
Yeah, and so far, Lunatix, they have been struggling to actually find the damage, and so far, Todak was able to find some way to slow them down and get kills after kills. We do see this final interaction, which was a little bit awkward, but you can pay attention to how Joel has been positioning himself to do as much damage as possible, but it seems like it just wasn't enough to actually kill down Todak, because I think this is a point that you actually said that they needed more damage, right? It's a double core kind of standing, but it just didn't work out in their favor. So with that being said, Lunatix being shoved down, still remaining in a bottom seat, but Todak now immediately shot up to top 1.
Yep.
Alongside with the Homeboys.
They're contesting the Homeboys right now. If it wasn't for that one loss that they had, they would have overtaken them. But the fact is, they've been winning their games 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. And I think, one of their games they did have a 2-1, but at the end of the day, those 2-0s are going to really start adding up, and that's why they're at even points against the Homeboys, even though the stats reflect otherwise.
Yeah, it is going to be a harsh grind here for the top 2 spot. Homeboys currently is going to be jeopardized. Of course, they still have more games to be played compared to Todak. Team SNG also has a fighting chance to actually push up. Same can be said for RED Esports. Meanwhile, Lunatix gonna be all the way at the bottom, where they're close to being chased down by Madness Esports, or maybe sharing it with Team Hawk, which is currently on 8th place, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, I mean, that's to be expected here. There are some teams that are going to start slower than others, and I think especially if we're talking about anywhere below 3rd place, well, I want to say 3rd place, but there's so many contested points. Like 5th place, Red Giants, RSG Slay, Team Lunatix all in the same batch. RED Esports is comfortably at 4th, Team SMG at 3rd, but like the top 2 are getting contested at the same time. I don't know, the league is starting to really shape up and really defining itself in terms of its rankings.
Yeah, it is kind of scary as well, because if you think about it, it's 6 weeks and everyone will be facing off against each other only once. The first time we've seen this format change ever since a very long time, if you think about it. And it's interesting to see how close it actually is based on the standings compared to before, where we usually see a huge margin lead, who's going to be in the clear lead and who is going to be pretty much eliminated, if you think about it.
Well, let's not forget, it's only Friday today. We still have 2 days worth of games to actually figure it out. And I'm saying that it's looking real good, but we're getting information. We actually have some special content for you guys. We're going to go with a backstage interview with Rose. We'll throw it over to him, reporting live here at MPL MY.
Hello everybody, sekarang saya dekat backstage. I'm in the players room of Team Lunatix. So sekarang kita bersama dengan analyst dan juga manager dorang. So tadi kita boleh nampak in the first game dengan the second game, dorang memang habis semua resources dekat Jom. Semua resources, literally everything they had, they will letak and put it on Jom. How do you think you guys can improve from there untuk hopefully Jom tak kena gang macam tu next time?
Actually, kita orang dah memang ada training tentang benda ni. Memang kita orang dah akan expect sebab 2 game sebelum ni memang Jom hard carry team. So, untuk yang kali ni kita try untuk give jungler tugas untuk carry. Tapi hero-hero yang dia dapat, dia tak jalan macam mana plan yang kita orang buat.
I see. But do you think that with what happened now, sebab sekarang Lunatix dah main 3 match, kan? Lepas tu Lunatix menang 2 match. Ini match pertama yang Lunatix kalah. How will you guys improve from here on and hopefully menang game yang akan datang?
Untuk game akan datang, yang pasti kita orang akan lawan Homeboys dan kita orang kena betul-betul study tentang Homeboys. Macam Todak, sebelum ni kita orang punya planning fikir Momo ESP. So bila fikir Momo ESP, dalam draft pick tu memang kita orang planning untuk ban a lot. So bila kita orang nampak format, head coach decide untuk cuba lepaskan a lot sebab tak pernah nampak lagi format main a lot. So that's why untuk game 2 tu unexpected lah. So lepas ni kita orang dah mula belajar.
I see. Adakah Team Lunatix sudah ready untuk lawan Homeboys Ahad ini?
Untuk persiapan mungkin dalam 60%.
Oh, 60%.
So untuk esok still ada persiapan lagi, ada masa lagi untuk kita orang prepare. So kita orang akan cuba yang terbaik lah.
Okay, I nak tanya manager. Okay, so manager, kita tahulah kalau kalah mestilah players akan rasa down, akan rasa mental sikit. How do you ensure that benda ni takkan kacau momentum korang masa Ahad?
Berat soalan tu. Berat tu sebab kan ni diorang punya first game kalah kan. Jadi tadi nak cakap kan, berat sungguh lah. Cuma saya sebagai manager kan, saya kena make sure diorang punya mental state diorang sihat supaya tak effect pada next game lawan Homeboys nanti. Sebab kan Homeboys pun kira tim yang kuat juga tu. Dia kira on par dengan Todak lah kan. Jadi saya risau diorang akan macam fobia effect lawan dengan Todak kan. Jadi diorang takut dengan tu lagi kan. Jadi saya make sure diorang akan panggil diorang preparation diorang 100% untuk lawan dengan Homeboys nanti.
I see. So bolehlah reset balik. Lepas tu bolehlah santai esok tengok game Homeboys, tengok macam mana diorang main.
Ya, betul.
Lepas tu hopefully apply it on Sunday. Yes. Adakah it's still gonna be who is Jom or this is Jom?
That is Jom.
Oh, that is Jom. Okay. I like that. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay guys, so mari kita throw it back to the casters so they can, talk to you guys more a little bit about our interview. Casters, take it away.
When you throw, we catch here at the English Desk, Rose. Thank you once again for having a really great interview, actually, with our, man, there's no better way to put it, but with the losers of this particular game. And I think she's asking some really important questions, and especially for teams who have taken their very first loss, like the Lunatix. It's going to be hard. It's a learning experience when you take the first loss after having 2 weeks of just sweeping opponents.
Yeah, and when it comes to the mental capacity and the mental health is very, very important, right? Morale needs to be kept at an all-time high. Even though you're losing, you have to be hyping your teammates up in order to not get tilted or have some sort of a feeling to actually give up, which is very, very common in every single esports, in even traditional sports as well. It's all about building down some momentum. So I like how the manager is keeping their hopes up. They are going to try and analyze for tomorrow's games. But as of yet, let's talk about tomorrow's matches. This is going to be starting things off with Team Secret going up against SMG at 11 AM, followed by Homeboys going up against RSG, and ending things with Madness going up against Team Hawk.
Oh, I don't know what to tell you guys, but there are some very spicy matches happening tomorrow, and I think you cannot miss this upcoming Saturday. Again, I'm super curious with how Team SMG is going to be playing against the new Team Secret as of right now, but the Homeboys versus RSG one, that highlight match of the day is going to be huge.
Well, this is where the clash of the titans here, the fight for the #1 spot. Can someone dethrone Homeboys? In this case, will RSG be that one? Because as of yet, RSG, they failed their run against Todak, but they might be able to upset the standings for Todak to make it even closer for the top 2 spots.
Hopefully it doesn't come to a position where the top 3 are basically, it's a game of
three-way tie.
No, not a 3-way tie, but a game of rock, paper, scissors, where the first one beats the second one beats the third one, but the third one beats the first one. You know what I'm saying? That would be extremely stressful. But with that being said, this is going to be the final match of the day. My name is Giving Q. This is Icy Baby 12. Thank you for sticking around. See you guys tomorrow because you're watching the MPL MY Season 11. Signing off here at the desk. Thank you so much for watching.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan.